Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Live stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star, star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, 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 it's Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated music. Melody, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Good morning, lovies. I know I usually don't say that word. I know I'm a little behind today. Happy Monday. How's everybody doing? This is Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths. And you've come to Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. Today is Overthinking and Intrusive Thoughts. We're going to deal with those using something called Cognitive Diffusion. So we'll see how that goes. It is 9:33 a.m. on the East Coast, January 29th, 2024. This has been the longest year in a month that I've ever experienced. It won't go away. Like, it just won't end. I feel like New Year's was like 5 years back. I don't know. We've done a lot this month. I was going to cancel the show for today because I wasn't feeling it. I was up all night. When I did fall asleep, it was one of those jerky sleeps where, you're asleep and then you jerk awake because your head keeps telling you, no, we're not done. We're not done overthinking yet, bitch, wake up. So I was going to cancel, and then I came here and I saw some texts that I'm going to share because I think they're important, and I hope she's not embarrassed. But our lovely friend Inya, I want to give a real quick good morning. Well, happy risings, grand risings, the happy day. Hello to everybody who showed up so far. You got Inya, and you got Lady Autumn Sky, my Lady Awesome. And I have Dorothy and Daisy Girl. And I think is that it this morning so far? I mean, yeah, us four, that's a party. Let's five. That is a party. So happy whatever to everybody out there. I'm really not with it. I'm really not. Because my head is full of garbage, which is why we're doing this stream. Because it happens all the time and it derails everything. It doesn't take much. It really doesn't. So Inya came out this morning about 8 o'clock my time, so about an hour and a half ago, and said, Well, this is one I need. I have a busy Monday ahead due to my weekend relief not doing their job properly. Girl, I feel you. I feel you. So I'll probably miss most of it. And I'm sure that's best because I would overshare too much. Listen, if you're going to overshare anywhere, it's with us. You're perfectly safe to overshare. Girl, do you realize the shit that I talk about? Oversharing is practically, like a necessity. It's a requirement around here. You know how in order to take like Bio 102, you had to take a prereq course of Bio 101? Same thing here. In order to be here, you have to kind of be an oversharer who's got a shitload of trauma. I don't know anybody who comes here who doesn't have trauma to deal with. Because if you didn't have trauma, you wouldn't be here listening to my dumb ass. She said, I would probably overshare too much and probably a way too confused, I see, I can't read. Words are hard. In probably a way too confusing way. I really want to get off the ride right now, I feel like I must have done something to deserve this life. The only thing keeping me on it are my babies. And I just hope that I'm being good enough to them so they don't have the traumas I've had. My Mima and mom's love are probably the only reason I have the love that I do have in me. And I don't want to ever short them of that until God is done with my ass. Love you all. I'm okay. Before we go on to anything else, well, she said just had a really bad night. And Lady Awesome said, I love you, and gave virtual hugs. And so say we all. We all give you all the love. But here's what I got from that. Yeah, you're dancing at the end of that rope. People like you miraculously grow more rope, even when they've reached the end of it. It's like the never-ending rope. We always feel like we're dangling and we're just hanging on by the skin of our teeth. And yet somehow you manage to go on. You manage to keep going. You manage to be there for other people. Part of the reason I think that you have such lows is because you put such expectations on yourself. Believe me, I get you. You're just trying to, the world is hard. You're trying to get through every day. And every day is a struggle. And you're just praying that something does not come along to tip you over that edge. Because you walk a fine line. Walking a razor's edge all day, all night, every day, no matter what, is really difficult. It's really, really difficult. And it takes a certain kind of person to make it through that. I admire people like that. I relate to people like that. And you, lady, you have been through so much in the past. You're going through so much now. You still have to deal with your kids and, deal with the people you love, because let's face it, the people that we love are the ones most capable of hurting us, even when they don't know it, even when that's not their intention. It's because we're always looking for that hurt. They don't realize we're not thin-skinned. We're no-skinned. In order to deal with people, we're raw all the time. And it's scary to be that vulnerable to the people closest to us because they're inside the protective bubble. And then you have those people outside who are supposed to do what they're supposed to do, and they don't do it, and you have to pick up the slack. You don't have to pick up the slack. You put that on you. I do it all the time. The world is not yours to fix. Can you help make the world better? Yes, but fix it? No. You don't have to make up for the shortcomings of others, but you do. And you minimize that. The same way you minimize, what did I do to deserve this life? Well, you have good and bad in your life. You didn't deserve the life you got, regardless. Those are the cards you got dealt. And you do really, really well at playing them. You know, maybe in the past you folded too soon, or you know, made a bad decision when you were playing the hand or whatever, and you had to deal with the consequences, but you did. You've pulled yourself out of so many holes, and you don't give yourself credit for that. You know, it doesn't matter. You've gone through hell. What do I say all the time? When you're going through hell, keep going. You've done that multiple times. You know, you say you're staying for your babies. I get that too. You know, that unconditional love and care that we want to give them, which is not always, not only not returned, but not even appreciated. You know, sometimes it's just like, why am I doing this? Why? Like, all right, you want to like not appreciate me, not see what I'm doing? Why am I here? I guess there's no point, but there is a point, because they'll realize it eventually or they won't. The fact of the matter is, you know what you're doing. Other people see what you're doing, but the most important is you. You know, you think that you wouldn't have that love to give if not for your, you know, your Mima and your mom. And that's great that you had them. You know, some of us didn't get the mom love, and that's what keeps us here. I don't think, though, that the love is because of them. I think you had that love in you all along. That's part of you. You know, you hold yourself to really high standards and everything, but you don't give yourself any credit for your achievements. So your seesaw is crooked. So maybe do me a favor and think of some of the things that you've been through and how much credit you would give someone else, someone close to you, if they went through the same issues. If they went through the problems that you've had, if they went through the situations and all like the soul crushing things that you've been through. If someone close to you went through that, you would be praising them and you would be so proud of them. You'd think them strong and resilient and somebody that you want in your life, because that's the type of person that I need around me. And then realize that you're talking about yourself. You would never give yourself the credit you would give to somebody else. And that's both a blessing and a curse. It is. Because that means that you're quite humble and modest, but it also means that you're not loving yourself the way you should. You know, you have strengths that, I mean, quite frankly, they blow my mind. Some of the things that you've gone through, some of the things you deal with, and you deal with them so well, and yet you're still there for other people. You always want to, you know, talk to me. It's okay. You're so great. And I love you so much. You're so encouraging, but you don't ever focus that encouragement on yourself. That's something you deserve. So why don't you start treating yourself a little bit like you would treat other people? Because you do have an amazing heart. An amazing heart. And I don't want it going anywhere. You're not alone. You're really not. I value you. Many people value you. You just need to see the value in yourself. And I know it's easier said than done because, girl, you know I'm not good at it. But yeah, just think about what you would say to somebody who had your life and came through it the way you did. Yeah, and turn around and point those compliments and that feeling of pride at yourself, because what you've done is amazing. Be as kind to yourself as you are to everybody else. And when you have to kick yourself in the ass, do that too, because you're good at that too. I love you, girl. I don't want you feeling like down or anything. So if we can do anything for you, then, you know, we will. And you said, I'm okay. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay. You're okay. We're all okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Meanwhile, like my hair is on fire and everything. Yeah, no, I get you. Don't try that I'm okay bullshit with me. Just saw the title and let out some of the broken. Listen, broken crayons still color beautifully. So it's a corny freaking saying, but it's true. She said, hey, last 4 hours of sleep and a jackass keeping me awake leads to unhappy times. Mm-hmm. But I put on the big girl panties and showed up to the day. I was laying in bed 2 nights ago because this is happening almost nightly. Not getting good rest. Thinking about Lady R. Lady Rack, I think about Tink all the time. That's what I call her, Tink. Nick thinks it's funny. Because if Tinkerbell were human, I think it would look like Lady Rackets. I really do. I was thinking about Lady R and her tomato plant video. I remember that. I'm that damn plant. And while I'm not producing bountiful fruits, there are a few. And she really is a lucky woman to have someone that really cares about her. Because Rackets had to take about keeping courting your wife. And he really feels her and gets her. Oh, he adores her. And rightfully so. He should, because he's lucky as fuck to have her. And he might be a jackass and a pain in her ass, but I think he really tries and isn't dismissive. No, he's very aware of his wife. She is always his, I would say his first concern, because he tends to put her above himself. And you wouldn't think that with somebody that plays it like he's a narcissist. He has narcissistic traits, but he's not a narcissist. He doesn't do the gaslighting or whatever when it comes to like the people closest to him. He absolutely worships his wife. And that means so much to women to really see them and try to help them fill their cup so they could pour it into others. I know if mine were filled 10%, I would give 100% every time. Yeah, that's who you are. She said, bye, sorry. I'm the most lonely, not left alone person in the world sometimes. Such a poor me take. I'll be okay, though. He'll want something and start being nice again later this week. Girl, there was so much in there to unpack. I'm going to try to summarize. Rackets loves his wife. He does. Nick may be a lot of things, and people can talk shit about him and whatever. I mean, let the man live his life. Christ almighty, it ain't hurting you. Like, people just have to constantly be down on him. And he can take it. I mean, he does the cope and see thing, which he swears he doesn't, but I'm like, you pussy. But when it comes to Lady Rackets, he's all concerned. There's nothing he wouldn't do for that woman. And even with that, I'm sure she still experiences periods of doubt. You know, periods where she thinks that she's inadequate, or that, you know, maybe he'll find somebody and, you know, younger one day when she's a little older, or that, you know, he's overwhelmed with whatever. But she has standards when it comes to him. You know, and he has standards when it comes to her too. They have to meet them both, but they work as a team. You don't see them working as a team, but they do. You know, they make decisions together, and he does elevate her in his life. Like he knows he was lucky to find her. You know, he knows that he was lucky to get a good woman. And even though like they're reaching another point in their life, and they're changing, they're figuring out even more so who they are. They're dealing with a lot of bullshit the way we are all dealing with it. They're not special. They're just people. You know, Nick is just a guy. It doesn't matter that he's got how many people listening to him be a jackass some nights, but you know, they're just people. They mess up. People for like on the internet are horrible about that. Like, they don't allow anybody to make mistakes. And it's like, none of us are perfect. We get on here because we're broken and empty inside, and we have a purpose that we need to fill up, you know, that inner tank, and we find it here. He's no different. they tried to do this together and people were just too mean to her. So he withdrew. He changed when they started being mean to her. He don't care when you're mean to him. But mean to her, that's unforgivable. And it fundamentally changed something in him. But what you were talking about is, you have to keep courting your wife. You can't get comfortable in a relationship, male or female, in either direction. You can't let him stop feeling like he's the most important person in your life and that you need him, because men need that. They do. And for women, you can't let them feel unwanted. You can't let them feel unloved. Like, see them and don't throw some corny fucking backhanded compliment at them or whatever, because words don't mean shit. It's your actions. But if you're going to use your words, be sincere. Maybe be a little vulnerable once in a while. I'm not saying write her a fucking sonnet or whatever, unless you're good at that, in which case, good for you. But just, let her know that you appreciate her and she's the one for you. They don't realize how easy it is to feel like you're replaceable. Because prior to them, you always have been, right? Even if you walked away, nobody, showed how they felt when you left. When you're a little damaged and broken, especially to the extent that I am, you feel easily replaceable. That's the kind of thought that will keep you up night after night for weeks. That's what this thing was all about today. And I feel like you're there. You're having these intrusive thoughts that you're giving energy to, rather than using your energy to make yourself feel better. You're actually making yourself feel worse. And that is not a judgment, girl. I do it all the time. So I get you. But you don't have to give 100% when you're only getting 10%. That's a thought that you taught yourself. That's a rule you put in your head. Because that's what people do when they feel like they don't deserve good things. When you feel like you're not enough on your own. I get that. But you are worth everything on your own. You don't have to perform for anybody. You don't have to do the dance. You don't have to, always be nice. You don't have to always be perfect. And if somebody doesn't like it and they're being a jackass, be a jackass right back or ignore them. Cut them off. Be like, you know what? When you're done with your little tude, then come back to me. Until then, fuck you. Sorry, I needed a little bit of coffee. And she put creamer in it again. God damn it. It's like drinking like pure sugar, like just like, ugh. But there's a little caffeine stuck in there, so I'm gonna drink it anyway. You don't have to give 100% when you're only getting 10. I'm not saying that you have to radically change anything, but that whole people pleasing thing, that whole, you give me a scrap and I'll give you the world. That comes from years of being the victim of a narcissist. And I'm going to be completely honest. That's where that gets you. Years of abuse, years of being told or made to feel like you're nothing. So, all right, I'm going to throw you I'm going to throw you a bone. You better act like I just bought you a castle. It's not fair. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to the people around you. And it's not a good example to be setting. Like, you don't want your kids settling for less because you believe they deserve more. The same way we don't want you settling for less because we believe you deserve more. Now, a lot of us that believe that have a very hard time believing it of ourselves, but that's why we're here. That's why we hoist each other up. You know, we're there for each other to lean on so that we can give you a kick in the ass and say, no, girl, like, I love you. You're worked so much. Like, stop, get your head out of your ass and let's go. Let's do this. Let's love on you a little bit. Yeah, that's what you have us for. And as far as being the most lonely while not being left alone, I've said it many, many times. I could be surrounded by people who are clamoring for my attention and be the most isolated, lonely person in that room. It'll be like nobody exists but me because I'm stuck inside my head. I'm not living in the now. I'm living in what was, and I'm living in my feelings. And sometimes I have to turn my feelings off a little bit. Lady Awesome said, either me and Shelly or me and all my personalities. I don't want to speak for Shelly. You got us. Of course you can speak for me. Girl, hell yeah. And you said, you know, I have many personalities too. Yeah, hello. And you haven't met half of mine. At least we don't name them. I mean, a couple of mine might have a name, but I mean, I named them. They didn't like introduce themselves. I'm not Sybil. And kudos to anybody who got that reference. Darth Hideous, good day, good day, good day, good day. Lady Oz, it's no wonder we got each other. Of course. I did say that you have us. I did. I typed that because I was going to start early just to catch you. But and I was like, I can't because I had to like do the bathroom run and get my coffee and everything else. I said I had a similar night, so I feel you. You're very loved. I was going to cancel today, and I was because I was too low. And then I saw you here needing friends. So instead, I'm here in hopes you don't feel so alone or discouraged and that the feeling is contagious, because I would love to spread that feeling around. And guys, if you can believe it, this bitch writes, you can cancel if you need to. I'll probably have to be to poof by 9 a.m. because, you know, work. So, yeah, she was like, Wednesday would work just fine. Now, we're doing this today. That's why I said, Bish, you could rewatch the first hour when we deal with this. It's fine. I just want you to, I don't care if you listen to the rest of what I say. I just want you to know that we love you and we're here for you. And that you're worth so much more than you give yourself credit for. So much more. So never let yourself get to that point where you're just like, oh, I just don't want to do, I want to get off this ride. We all at times want to get off the ride, but you're brave. Grab that ride bar in front of you, tighten your seatbelt, grit your teeth, and away we fucking go. Let's go. Life's a roller coaster. You got to constantly, remind yourself, I like this ride. I like this ride. I like this ride. Because you feel like you're going to puke at any minute. You do. You get whiplash and you're just like, what am I doing? This is crazy. This is the strangest thing I've ever done. Why am I doing this? You're doing it because you're meant to be here. You're important. You have value. There's nobody like you. For good or for bad, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be on all the time. You can be cranky. You can make mistakes. It's okay. Just keep going. You made a mistake, learn from it, fix it, whatever you got to do. But at the end of the day, like, you need to look at yourself and say, you know what? I made it through another day. Hot damn. I'm fucking awesome. And you are. There's a song by Pink. And this song always gets me. And it's called Fucking Perfect. And I really want you to listen to that song. Because there's so much in there that could be like an anthem for everybody who's ever made mistakes and really thought they were nothing. Thought that nothing, they couldn't come back from it. The only thing you can't come back from is the stupid decision to embrace death early. That's it. That's the only thing you can't come back from. You can rebuild your life. You can rebuild yourself. You can change. You can do whatever you want. Just don't do the stupid thing. Don't do the permanent thing. And don't withdraw because you feel wounded. You can withdraw for a couple hours. Girl, go get some music. Get the super depressing, like, oh my God, I can't stop crying music. Put it on for 15, 20 minutes and bawl your eyes out. And then go get you some rap, heavy metal, whatever it is that pumps you up, and blast that shit in your ears and bop along and bring yourself up. I know you can do it. You know you could do it. You've done it before. You just got to do it again and again and again. And you know what? At the end, you'll look back and be amazed at the things that you've accomplished. People judge success by like the ease of their life and by how much money they have. No, you live a successful life by getting through the hard times, by picking yourself up, by being strong enough to tell your friends, hey, I need a little help. Because we all do. Nobody could do it on their own. You can't. You need some type of outside resource, whether it's talking or energy or whatever. You need other people. You need other things. But your success is that you're here. You know, you're here and you're trying, and nobody can ask you for more than that. Nobody. And don't ever let them convince you the bullshit that they can. You deserve more than scraps. Stop doing the give me a pat on the head and I'll follow you wherever. Don't do that. You're worth more than that. You are. If people don't stick around no matter what your mood, fuck them. They weren't made to stay around for that long. Not everybody's going to be permanent. I said, hey, Dart. And you said, thank you, and I love you both. At least I can hear again. Well, you get to have your ears open and have my lovely dulcet tones coming at you, lecturing you and, yeah, spanking you verbally, whatever. You know you love it. And not in massive pain. Yes, that's always nice. I spent the whole weekend in pain. It was just lovely. Just exhausted. Spent all weekend cleaning, sanitizing this disaster. I feel you. I do. Daisy girl. Happy Monday. Good to see you. Good to see you. Daisy's always around. We had fun last night, didn't we, Daisy? Dart said, I've already made CFC chat unpleasantly uncomfortable. What can I do for you? And you said, well, my asshole played Diablo 4 and StarCraft till 3 a.m. and slept till noon on his days off. It'd be different if he could survive on 3 hours sleep and still put into us, you know, but he needs 8 to 16. Yeah, well, I mean, that's typical, isn't it? That's so typical. I mean, mine couldn't, you know, when I was in Kansas, he couldn't dump the garbage for a week, but he could sit there and play World of Warcraft literally 18 hours at a clip and then turn around and go, I don't want to go dump the garbage. I'm tired. Don't you know I worked? When did you work? 4 days ago? I didn't realize building a village or like whatever the hell it is you're doing is so strenuous. How about you turn that shit off and join the living? I said, no, you don't give me the attention that I want. Yeah, I'm trying to give you attention, but you're sitting there playing the goddamn game and then telling me that I'm a pain in the ass. So, girl, I feel you. You want to take that damn controller and like knock them over the head with it. Trust me, many, many times. And I actually did do it once. I got my ass kicked for it though. But many, many times I wanted to like just destroy the damn computer. I just wanted to just smash it to bits. And I actually, one day he wouldn't stop playing the game or talking to this chick online, and I needed his attention because I needed to talk about something that was going on with Katie. And I got so pissed off. His computer was hooked up to an outlet that had the wall power. Like you had the switch on the wall that turned off that outlet. And we used to have a piece of tape over it so that we didn't accidentally turn it off. And I went over because he would not. I mean, I was trying to get his attention for like an hour, and I got so pissed off. And he was like, "Don't you dare!" And I went flick, and everything shut down. Girl, I never saw it coming. I mean, he flipped me over that couch. He punched the shit out of me, all because I turned off the electric and turned off his game. And he was livid. I've never seen him that mad. And so like, even to this day, I'm like, I won't mess with them when they're playing video games. There's something animalistic about them that overcomes them. I won't do it. I'm like, oh, you're playing? Gotta go. Like, I'll just go do my own thing. Because I'm like, you reverted back to that rageful, like 16, 17-year-old boy. Like, I gotta go. I'm not beat for this bullshit. And I just go and take care of my own stuff. But I mean, I still have to deal with that with my son. He won't stop his video games. And I'm just like, he'll make me cry. Because you feel like I'm right here. You could play that game at any time. I might not be here tomorrow. You don't know. You're not guaranteed any of that. I'm getting real tired of Washington, D.C. calling me. You know, they don't realize that giving all that energy to that stupid game and then, oh, I'm sleeping. They're so selfish. So selfish. Oh, well, you know, I worked. We all work. You didn't work any harder than I did. And you're not up, you know, taking care of these kids. And you're not up cleaning this damn house. What you're doing is you're sitting on your ass being self-indulgent, and you want me to be nice to you, but you're only nice to me when you want something. That's not fair. That's a conversation that needs to be had. Maybe not with any kind of accusatory, you know, language or tone, but very like no nonsense. Like, hey, you make me feel like I don't even exist. You're not contributing. You're not carrying your own weight. I need you to do this. So I mean, girl, I've been there. I feel you. I really do. It feels shitty when you're there for somebody and you can't get their attention. You're like, what are we here together for? What is the point to this? There is a point. You have good times. You have a lot of things, but sometimes you need to stand up for yourself. Be like, hey, I need more. Maybe he doesn't realize the amount of energy he's putting into something other than you and the family. You know, I'm sure he cares. Otherwise, you know, you wouldn't be there. I'm not going to say he wouldn't be there. You wouldn't be there if you didn't think he cared. But sometimes you got to tell them about themselves. You know, in a nice way, because the fucking frail male ego. Dart said, do you want to know how I'm doing? I'd rather not say in front of people, but your title is app. Oh, yeah. No, girl. The month ain't over yet, Michelle. It's still fucking January. I know. I can't take it. I really can't. And you said, it won't be the worst thing I've said in chat. Oh, please. Feel free. You know how it goes. I don't plan on a lot of people listening today, and I don't even care if they do. I'm losing subs like a son of a bitch because apparently, you know, my existence is arbitrary to some people. And that's been bothering me. A lot of things have been bothering me because I get it in my head that it's my fault, and it's not. Hey, Pete's, what's up? How you doing? Glad tidings, Jacob. Glad tidings. My Jakey Wakey. Cool gamer. Hey, honey, how are you? You're always there in the beginning. Do me a favor. At some point, if you're still listening later, like throw a hey or something. So I know you didn't just show up and then disappear. Because it's just weird. I don't know who you are, but you're always there. I love that you're always there, but I have no idea who you are. In your MERS. And then I proceeded to do so. Girl, it's okay. That's what we all do. What you call? Dart said, I'm definitely not safe to overshare here today. It's okay, honey. It's okay. Yeah, I figured that's where you were at. He said stores open in 20 minutes, though. Being out of liquor at 9:30 in the morning is the pits. I figured that's where you were. I know the tone of your text. If you're asking for help, you aren't ready to give up yet. And you should never be ready to give up. When you said you really get me. We all get you. We've all been there. We are the most solitary creatures in a group because we group together because we're used to being on our own. We're used to being given the shit end of the stick. Jacob said levity break is no-skinned, a new slang term for circumcised. Yeah, who's the guy that does that? The Moyle? The one that does the circumcisions at the Brie? At the Briss? Not Brie. Brie is cheese. I never knew they were different until like 5-6 years ago. And I was saying them. I knew that events were different, obviously, but I didn't know that the pronunciation was different. I used to call them both Brie, but no, Brie is a cheese. Briss is, when the Moyle goes and removes the foreskin at a whole ceremony or whatever, which, ew. Like, I don't want to, that's like little guillotine. Like, it's a penis guillotine for foreskin. No, poor little babies. Hideous. And I'm off for March to the said store. I'll be back. Okay, he'll be back. And you said, right, neither of them were perfect and we had our stuff, but they were just human trying to make it. And I know they love me how they knew how to. Yeah. I should. And thank you. Damn, I really needed to hear somebody say that. Girl, we're always here for you. I feel that way about Rackets. You could tell he really loves her and his family. Yeah, I mean, he's a douche like 90% of the time to people. But that's like defense mechanism. He really is all gooey and squishy inside. He really is. But like us, he's got that defensiveness that just never goes away. It's just always there. We're always ready to bite. And it's just, I don't know. It's hard to get people to see that you're not monstrous because you're so used to people attacking and chipping away at you that you're defensive 24/7. And there's always that party that's like, fine, I'll just fucking leave. You just want to walk away. See, having kids, it makes you more stationary. You have to put up with a certain amount of shit. But you don't have to put up with it. You can change it. Just stick around for it. I really don't like these papers that they use on cigarettes now. I really don't, because they're always going out. And he said, oh, yay, work. I'll pause so I can still hear everything. Well, I mean, it's not like I ever run out of the words. So, lady, now you can play this stream anytime to remind yourself you're amazing. Yes, that's why I wanted to hit it in the beginning. So that you could just be like, okay, I just need this spot. You could take it out as a clip. Girl, learn how to edit and just play me in your head saying you are worth so much more than you think you are. You really are. Dart said, just in time to comment on giving all for little to nothing in return. It didn't take years. Some people are naturally inclined to be more giving than they are taking. And they often settle for not necessarily what they deserve, but what they will accept because they've been shown that they don't, they've been shown by other people that they don't deserve good things, that they can't just be themselves and be accepted, that they'll never like fit or whatever. There's a lot of shitty people in the world, and they like to make you feel like you're less because then that makes it easier on them. They don't have to do as much. They get all the, good stuff, and they don't have to give you anything. So if they can train you that way, train you to be loyal, train you to be constantly, a people pleaser, to always want to make them happy, then their life is so much easier. And the fact of the matter is, even when you leave them, that stays with you. So you do that to the next person. You try to get ahead of the curve. You're like, oh, if I start out really great and I give them everything, like they'll love me more. No, they won't. That's not real love. Loving somebody with conditions is not really loving them. Loving somebody like as they are, that's how you love somebody. The feelings, we can confuse so many of our feelings. And we like to put all these labels on them, and then we start to believe in them, and they might not be true. You might be infatuated with somebody and convince yourself that that's the love of your life. And you can't live without them. And then when they're gone and you continue to live, like, oh shit, I could live without them. So that's where I'm at in my life. I can love you with my whole heart, but I can live without you. I lived without you before. I'll live without you again. I am not going to let somebody destroy me. I'm way too good at destroying myself. I don't need outside help, to do that. What from? Wipes his paws, lopes in and howls. Arr, arr, arr. Judge Maddie. Oof, you got to be old to know Sybil. Hey! But yes. I loved Sybil. I mean, there were certain parts of that movie that were traumatic, but I mean, that movie was, it taught me a lot about what I was seeing. I didn't see it until I was much older. I was probably in my late 20s. And I watched it and I looked at it, I looked back at my own life and I was like, holy shit. Like, I was lucky that I came through with my mind intact for the most part. I mean, there's dents and chinks and whatever in it, but I'm still one person. That woman literally cracked her mind. Darth Hideous. Anyway, back to Liquor and Isolation. Happy day, happy day. Lady Awesome, I get that reference. One of my friends would call me Sybil. I mean, that's what we used to call my friend Vicky because she liked that nickname. And it was like, I'd giggle every time they'd call her Sybil. Or she'd introduce herself. She'd introduce herself. English is not my preferred language today, evidently. And she would say her name is Sybil, and I would go, no. And she'd be like, what is so funny? Nothing, bitch. Like, because I saw it when I was younger. I just didn't understand it. And then, I remembered it because it was, again, traumatic. And then when I got older, I understood, and I looked back and I was like, oh my God. Like, I totally get how other people didn't see this kind of abuse happening because there's that public persona and then there's the private person that you get. And that private person often sucks. And we deal with it, but you can't go to anybody. They're all like, no, you're a liar. You're this, blah, blah, blah. Because they believe the public persona of the other person. They don't know what goes on behind closed doors, and they don't want to. They don't want to see it. Lady Awesome, back when PlayStation 2 came out, my ex played that stupid thing all the time. Mm-hmm. And when I packed all my stuff and moved out, I packed all the lights and I left only the only the PlayStation and controllers. Try playing it now, bitch. I added the bitch part, but oh Lord, I love you, lady. That is awesome. Jacob Pease figured you enjoy. I always enjoy. Speaking of work, 6 hours until I get a phone call about a possible new opportunity. Oh, really? Well, we wish you the best of luck. Good luck there, and I hope everything works out in your favor.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Because that's the way it be. Now, because Inya is feeling kind of down, we're going to do the thing I hate the most. I hate it. Lady Awesome loves it. Inya needs to hear it. Here we go.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
So that's for you. That's from the bottom of my little heart. All right, courtesy of Winning Reality. I hate that clip. You just don't understand. But because I want you to smile, I played it, and I want you to put on your dancing shoes. And really, girl, just get out there. Think of our lovely friend T-Rex. There you go. I love that little dancing video. I'm not playing Nerds because it really bothers him. Because Nerd doesn't know how to take a joke. I keep telling him when somebody does something you don't like, girl. I didn't say girl. I told him, you need to lean into it. Like, embrace that shit. Make it your own. I hate that Stuart Smalley clip. And I play it all the time to desensitize myself to it. It doesn't work. Although I am getting to the point where I'm kind of numb to it. It used to really bother me. It really bothered me. And when I tell you that's not even like the worst clip that Winning has put me in, he's put me in some shit. But that one, I hate that one so much. I just really, really hate that one so much. But it is what it is. It makes people smile. And, I'm willing to share it, even though I hate it. Lady Awesome said, side note chat, Sybil's a movie about the first documented case of the most personalities starring the great Sally Field. Oh, yeah. You'll hold your water, girl. That traumatized me when she was playing the piano. Oh, for the love of God. Traumatized me. But yeah, I'll give it to Sally Field. I think at the end of that movie, like working that set, I would have been crazy. Because you got to literally, I forget how many personalities you had, but there were so many. And that was unheard of then. Now they say, oh, that doesn't exist. Or bullshit. But yeah, that movie is not for the faint-hearted. Like, do not watch that when you're in a great mood. Because that great mood will be gone. When you need to like look at something and go, you know what? I'm doing pretty fucking good. Watch that movie. Because it will convince you that you are a superhero for having come through your life in one piece. Because, comparatively speaking, most of us here have been through a lot of what she went through or worse. And we're doing pretty good. You just have low periods. You have low points. And some of us dwell there. I know I do. And we need to lift ourselves up. And that's what this whole channel started as. It's, I don't know what to do with all these thoughts in my head. I don't know what to do with all these feelings. And the people in my real life can't handle knowing these things about me. They can't handle me being low. It's not that they don't love me regardless. It's that I don't want to subject them to it because they wouldn't understand. They haven't been through what I've been through. But to come here and just talk, you find like-minded people. You find people who they're not going to sympathize with you. They're not going to like enable you, but they're going to tell you about yourself. And they're going to tell you their lives. And you get to see you're not alone struggling out there. We're all fighting a battle that feels unwinnable. But it's just one battle. Every day is a battle. Get through the battle. You know, you may lose the battle, but you win the war. That's all it is. Gutters Pub, welcome, welcome, lady. Gutters Pub finally went over 500 subs. Yay! Kudos to you, lady. Congrats. Very proud of you. I hope you're proud of yourself. Make sure you get that monetization in, girl. And don't be like disappointed if it peters off, because I'm monetized. I don't really care about it too much. It's always nice, but it's like it's always awkward for me. I'm not used to getting things for nothing. It's like, Jacob with his Guten Tag, Gutter. Lady awesome. Sally Field in 1976 on Emmy career turning performance. Remember when she was at the Oscars? Was it at the Oscars? She was like, "You like me. You really, really like me." And it's so funny because she meant that shit. Like, she really, till that moment, didn't think that people would like her. It's so weird because I adore Sally Field. I think she's just, I want to put her in my pocket. So yeah, you're good. You're good. Gutters Pub. Thank you. I woke up to be monetized this morning. Yay! Oh, I'm so happy for you. So the next stream you have, we're just gonna have to exercise your monetization. That's what we do. You guys got me over the 700 mark, and I was so thrilled, and now we're just slouching back toward it because people are pissing me off, and I'm telling them about themselves, and they're like, "Well, I don't have to listen to you. I don't care. Go. Bye. Bye." Like, come here with like truth and some kind of kindness in your heart, or fuck off. You know, you want to misjudge me? All right. Misjudge me all you want, but misjudge me from over there. I don't need you in my circle. You like me. You really like me. Yep. 1985. That was her. I forget what the Oscar was. It for that one with the union, Places in the Heart or something like that? I think it was called. I don't know. My autism isn't working this morning. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's working overtime. But yeah, we all have struggles, and some of them are huge, and they feel like they can't be carried. So they can be. You know, go for the little victories. Those are really what matter. They're what sustain you. Good, as I'm setting it up now while listening to my favorite morning house. Aw, you're so cute. Thank you for that. I needed that little boost. All right, so the overthinking thing. Here's my problem. I have random thoughts, and then I have thoughts that are triggered by something that somebody says or something that somebody does, and then they won't go away. Now, I've watched many videos, psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists, all these people talking about these types of things. And they all say the same thing. The brain is a word machine. That's all it does. It churns 24/7 with words. And it's like a word tumbler. I was thinking of it as, you remember those old bingo machines? They used to have the cage, like the ball cage. The ball cage, because of course I would say something like that. But it was like a metal cage with all the bingo balls in it. And it had a crank on the side, and they turned it, and eventually like a ball would pop out, and they'd say, 57 or whatever, or 63, whatever the hell those numbers are. And then they would move on to the next one. I feel like that's what my brain is like. It's always churning. All of a sudden it spits out a word. And I go, oh my God, I have to obsess over this word. And some words I just go, yeah, whatever. And, Wolfram ball cage cringes. I know. I was like, but they're good ball cages. Think of like the, batting practice. That they call that a ball cage. But yet when I say it, there's a whole other connotation to it. Whatever. But you make me laugh. Cross his legs. No. I mean, come on. They went and made the Baldo. Do you cross your legs every time Nick says Baldo? I mean, if I had balls, I certainly would. I'd be like, keep that shit away from me. It looks like a torture device. Lady also, her second house was for her performance in historical drama Places in the Heart. Yes. When she stood up. Yeah. Okay. I remember. I had John Malkovich in it, I believe. Who I love. But that's what my brain does. It just randomly spits shit out. You make ball cages exciting. I don't know if I make them exciting or terrifying because poor Wolfram's like, nope. Why did I come here again? He's like, no, this bitch. Oh my goodness. Coffee, lovely coffee. But yeah, just spits random things out. And yeah, some of them I could easily dismiss. They mean nothing. And some of them land and they grow legs and they run all around my mind and take over. Sometimes it's somebody else's words that cause me to obsess over one thing. Yesterday I was in a really good mood. I was in a great mood. And then I was talking to somebody and there was something that we watched something that was really, was really funny. And I was like, where'd you find this? And when they said where they found it, I shut down because I didn't like where they found it. I was like, why are you there? Like, why are you even contemplating being there? Like, what benefit? I'm right here. Why are you looking there? I took it very personal because I don't think that I do that to them, but maybe I do and they just don't tell me. But it felt like a betrayal, and I felt horrible. And what do I do when I feel horrible and I feel insecure and I feel inadequate? I turn into the cold super bitch. That's what I do. I withdraw. Whoop. All right. All the walls come, not the walls, but the shutters closed. Like the blinds come down instantly. It's like the emergency alert button. You push that button and it's just whoop. I'm done. I'm separated from it. I don't want to know nobody. I don't want to talk to nobody. Fuck everybody. I get mad and then I get real sad. And my brain starts obsessing with, oh, well, of course they're doing that. You're never going to be enough. Who are you? You're not enough to hold their attention. They're going to move on. Everybody drops you eventually. Everybody figures out life is easier without you there. You're not doing the song and dance. You're not doing the show pony kind of thing. So of course they're off doing whatever, even though I'm trying to be pleasing and I still feel like I'm failing. So it's like, I look at it as why do you need to give that person any kind of of your attention at all? I don't get it. Like, why would you do that? And it hurts. It hurts. It's not all a jealousy thing. I cover a lot of insecurities with the possessiveness. I do. I know I do that. I do that with all people. It's like, why are you talking to me but talking about somebody else? Like, why are you? And it's different if you have stories than a past or whatever, but you're doing this in real time right now. Because I know damn well you wouldn't want me doing that. You'd feel some type of way. And it's just that it hasn't left my head. And it hurts. And I know I haven't really dealt with it. And I know when push comes to shove, I'll shrug it off and be like, yeah, it's just me being overly emotional or just me being sensitive. But you know what? Yeah, even if it is me being hypersensitive to something, why do I have to apologize for that? Why do I have to feel bad? Yeah, I'm hypersensitive to it. Guess what? The sun rises in the east. Like, shit happens. There's just things that they just are. So why do I have to change it when you're the one causing me to feel this way? Maybe you should have to deal with it. But then I'm like, oh, I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to be difficult. You know, if I'm difficult, they're going to leave. They're going to walk away. You know, because I'm not worth somebody putting in the effort that I put in. You know, there's many times where I could be doing something else, but I'm dedicating my time and my energy to this. You know, to my sole focus. Where's your focus? You know, like, why can't you give me some of that back? And this goes back to what we were talking about on Friday. Not everybody has your heart. Not everybody is built like you. So those two things, they usually are meeting at cross purposes. I'm saying this very badly, but most of you will understand where I'm going with this. You know, the talking without saying things. Because there are some things that I choose to keep private. That's usually one of them. But it kept me up all night. And my mind kept going over and over and over and over. And the thing is, like, I keep trying to tell myself that thoughts are just thoughts. They're just words. Right? That's all they are. My brain picks them. They throw them at me, whatever. But then some of them are triggered. Some thoughts are triggered by things that go on because of my self-esteem or because of, you know, like things that have happened in the past that it's like, oh, this smells like something that's already happened before. You know, this feels like this all over again. And it's a red flag. And it's like this huge blaring, you know, siren going, no, 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 no. Time for a shutdown. It's time for a shutdown. Like, because I'm about to go nuclear. Because it makes me furious. It really does. It's like, not only did you go looking at this bullshit, but you just fucking made me look at it, which I didn't want to fucking do. I mean, there's certain people I can't stand. Now, I don't hate you, but I don't want to have anything to do with anything that you're a part of. So even if it's the most amusing thing in the world, I'll fucking pass. Okay? Just not to have to give that person any of my energy. And now you just tricked me into doing something that you know I fucking hate doing. That pissed me off a lot. And it made me want to completely shut down. I tried not to, but I wound up isolating. I logged off from like everything and I retreated into my little silent world. And what happens when I do that? My brain doesn't shut up. And it will take that one little itty bitty thing that they did and blow it out of proportion until I'm ready to walk away from everybody. Which is exactly where I was this morning. Until Inya said, yeah, I'm low. And it snapped me out of that thinking she's low. Oh no. You know, because I didn't want to let her down. I didn't want her to feel that way because it hurts me for her to feel that way. So if I can make her laugh, if I can make her feel loved or whatever, even for 5 minutes, it's 5 minutes that she didn't have before. You know, and I was going to show up and do that. And I did. But the thoughts are still in my brain. I'm just not as shut down from them. It's just a thought. The same way y'all were here when I worked through my trauma about my father and what he did and that damn vent in the van. You knew it took me months to get to that point. And then once I unpacked all that and I faced it, it was reduced to just words, just thoughts, words and thoughts and sounds and very, very distant memories that should have no real impact anymore. It drained the power right out of them. It made me sit there and go, well, that happened. It happened then. It's not happening now. And it'll never happen again. So it took all that pain and power away from that. And I was able to process what happened and put it away. I'm not going to lie. Every time I look at a ceiling, I see that vent. But it doesn't terrify me anymore. It doesn't have that ability to take away my voice, to reduce me to a 7-year-old. Like, it doesn't have that anymore. I look up and it's just a vent, but it's always there. It's a permanent part of my brain. It just doesn't have the impact that it had before. And that's the problem. When we overthink, when we obsess, we're giving something so much more power than it deserves. We're giving it weight. We're giving it importance. We're giving it the ability to wreck us. It's the worst kind of self-sabotage. Because you know it's not true. You know it's not happening. You know there are good things. But you're so willing to believe the negative because you figure the chances are higher that you're right. It takes a lot less effort to accept negative things than to come up with something positive. And when you're tired and you're beaten down and you feel like you're running on nothing but fumes and like, you know, your own best wishes and you're all alone, it's easy to give in to the negative because, oh, old friend, you know, hello, darkness, my old friend. That's not just, you know, a line. That's actually a state of being. We do that all the time. Pain is like an old friend. You understand it. You're used to it. You've built up tolerances to it. You expect it. And because you've been so kicked around most of your life, you think it's acceptable. And you think you deserve it. Because you're so willing to say, well, you know, I turned and I did this and I did that, or I didn't do this or I didn't do that. No, like you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be treated well. You know, unless you're some monster walking around, you're human. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to be a dick once in a while. You know, you feel what you feel. Most of the time, you're going through life feeling all these things, and people are like, oh, she's always like projecting or whatever. No, half of what we feel, we bury or we ignore. You know, the stuff that hurts the most is what bubbles to the surface. And yes, we act out of that. You're human. It's okay. But as long as you're growing in like a self-awareness and you try not to, what more can anybody ask for? You know, life was always hard. Now it seems ridiculous. So I think we need each other more than ever. Ironically, when we need each other more than ever is when we isolate the worst. It's hard to need people. I get it. When you reach your hand out and you're used to getting your hand slapped, you stop reaching your hand out and you start to curl in on yourself. You know, we do that. I remember watching the Johnny Depp trial thinking, how could anybody think that this man was the abuser? He wears his victimhood, because at the time he did. He wears his pain. You know, he went from being a strong, confident, cocky dude, you know, who's quirky as fuck, to having to be subjected to years of abuse by this woman. And each hit caused him to, you know, close up a little more, close up a little. Every time he felt a little smaller, a little frailer, a little, you know, a little more tender, a little bit more curling in on himself to protect, you know, his soft bits, you know, protect like his heart and his, you know, like basically his guts and everything, because she would rip him to shreds. You saw it on him. He'd put on weight. You know, he was hiding behind a curtain of hair. His shoulders were hunched. They were pushed forward. His arms were always in front of him, no matter what. His head was always down. Even when he laughed, he didn't laugh because he was happy. He didn't laugh because he was in a joyous place. He laughed because people expected him to be a certain way. He was jovial because, oh, I have to be super nice. Because nobody's going to like me otherwise. Because she had him convinced of that he was just old and fat and disgusting and nobody, you know, gave a shit about him. And, you know, she was going to show the world that he was a piece of shit pussy and that didn't matter who had the proof. She was going to convince the world. Well, she convinced him and you could see it. And you could see him just, I call it turtling, but he was damaged. His laughs and everything were him performing because, hey, look at me. I'm a great guy, right? Like, you know, give me a scrap of kindness, somebody. And it broke my heart to see him like that. But then he won. And people started reminding him, you are not a piece of shit. We don't believe that. But he had to believe it. When he conquered her and he got to go, like breathe that one sigh of relief. Did you see the transformation? Did you see the confidence slowly come back? Did you see how when the world embraced all the projects that he did when he was, you know, up to his eyeballs in pain and anguish? They didn't buy the paintings because the paintings were amazing. They bought them because they were him and they were full of him trying to be a part of the world again. Trying to put his soul into something so that if he did something stupid, didn't make it, there were pieces of him left behind. There were pieces showing what was important to him. That's why people bought everything. That's why everybody embraced all his little projects afterwards, because he was getting himself back on his feet. He was rediscovering what made him uniquely him, like he was before. He's still not really there, I don't think, because he's still got that very shadowed, sheltered, self-shelter kind of look on his face sometimes. I see it in his eyes. Like his mouth is smiling, his body is, mostly confident, but there's still that haunted look of somebody who's always ready for that newspaper to come down on their nose out of nowhere. And I feel him. No matter how good I get, no matter how many people love me, I'm always waiting for that person who's going to fucking hate me for no reason. That person who's going to say, oh, you know what? I'm going to make her life miserable. Because just for shits and giggles. Because she makes me feel uncomfortable. I mean, if I make you feel uncomfortable, that's your flaw, not mine. Don't put your shit on me. Oh, she's intimidating. No, I'm not intimidating. You're intimidated by me. You should examine that and go fix yourself. And if you can't fix yourself, go fuck yourself. Because I don't care. And that's a problem too. Once I write you off, they're like, oh, she doesn't talk to me. She doesn't. No, because you gave me nothing in return for all I gave you. So now you get nothing. And now you're all butthurt. and I'm the bad guy. Go fuck yourself. No. I'm going to sit here and do me. And if nobody shows up or one person shows up or I'm just talking to myself, I'm cool with that. I'm absolutely 100% cool with that. I wasn't put on this earth to entertain everybody. I really wasn't. I wasn't put on this earth to please anybody else. I try. I do. I fail a lot. I succeed a lot. There's a balance. But yet my brain always punishes me. Always. It will take one word and replay every single negative thing it knows in regards to that word that has occurred in my life to convince me that whatever bad thought that was is true. It's kind of like how they, persecute Trump. Like, rather than have evidence and then, a charge, they have a charge and then go find evidence. But they ignore the stuff that doesn't apply. My brain does the same thing. My brain says, you know what? Let's go through all the archives and see what we can find to corroborate this thought. No, like, don't form the theory, then find the evidence. You mount the evidence, you build the evidence, and then you formulate a theory. That's not the way brains work. Brains reverse engineer everything when you're a little broken, when you don't know how to deal with it. And I didn't know how to deal with it for a long time, and I still don't. There are things I've done for other people. I've taught them ways that work for them. I haven't found a way that works for me. I am way behind. Wait, y'all were just talking. Jacob said, so basically your mind is like a computer running on Windows XP. Some windows close easily and others just stay frozen. I mean, yeah. The thing is, my brain is more like, even for me, it's kind of like the New York Times website. It's behind a paywall. It gives you that little blurb, and then there's a paywall. And 19 million ads pop up, whether you want them to or not. And no matter how many times you click out, there's another one, there's another one, there's another one. And they're all the same. Or you click on the one, you click on that XXX, and it won't fucking get off the screen. It just sits there mocking you at the bottom where you want to read. That's my brain. My brain throws out this one thought, and then I go, wait, what? And I go, no, sorry, there's a fee. You need to turn off from everybody else and just focus on me. Then we'll think about it. Then we'll discuss it. So my toll is that I have to not speak to anybody else, because this intrusive thought will take over everything for several hours, sometimes several days. And if somebody intrudes on that, they're going to get nothing but pushback from me. You can't cheer me up to get me to stop thinking that. I literally, unless you know what I'm thinking about and you break that shit down, it's not going anywhere. I have to deal with it. But while I'm dealing with it, you got all these things popping up going, oh yeah, remember this, remember this, remember this, remember this, remember this. I'm like, just let me get through it. Just let me try to understand what set me off. I don't get it. And why am I giving any credence to it? Why am I leaning into this? Sometimes I can back out and go, you know what, brain, shut up and go to sleep. And it works, but most times it doesn't. Last night it didn't. I didn't fall asleep till well after 4. And even when I fell asleep, I woke up probably about every 15 to 20 minutes. Because my brain was not done with me. It was like, no, we need to think about this. I don't want to think about it anymore. Well, why not? Because it hurts. I don't want to think about it. I just want to go to sleep. I'm tired. And I sit there and I battle with myself. And I'm going to be perfectly honest. Most of the time, my brain wins. That's when I turn toward mind-numbing solutions. That's when I grab the vape or I, grab a Xanax. I don't like doing that. That's why Connor took my Xanax and hid them on me. Because he didn't like that I was using them so much because I was using them to numb myself. All the different types of pain I was feeling. And he was like, nope. He's like, you're acting goofy. I don't like it. I was like, all right, here, take them. And then he had to hide them because I knew where they were. I'd just go get them. I make bad decisions. I would rather be numb than feel the pain. I really would. But I have to deal with it. I do. Daisy girl, booby hugs. Oh, honey, I love your booby hugs. I do. She said, good M, you tubies. You tubies with the boobies. And that could be men too. Men have boobies. They're just not, protruding. Every time I look at the ceiling, I want to be gripping the sheets. Jeez. Girl. Did someone call darkness their old friend? Bitch, I'm trying to drink and wallow. The fuck you want? I know you are, honey. I don't know why, but I'm sure you'll tell me later. Well, from good M, Daisy. Daisy girl. Here's a happy something in this world. Erica Molitor from the Whitner Fednapping trial has started a YouTube channel with a 2-minute video of calling Gub Whitmer on the phone. I was just sub number 28. Oh, awesome. Wrong link. Please use this one. If somebody could copy paste that, since I can't click on it here, send it to my Discord, I'd appreciate that. I had to refresh from the links Riddick's Verum used to send me to Eric's channel. Very cool. Lady Awesome, I feel that on a real level, go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck. And that's a problem too. Yep, I feel that. Also, another great thing I saw this morning is a bunch of Texas guard boats in the water, patrolling the water. Border Patrol put their boat in too. So hopefully this human traffic sheets will go down. Dart said the Texas guard should arrest and deport Border Patrol for trying to illegally cross the border. Absolutely. That would be funny. You're hilarious. Everybody gets arrested. I mean, there should be, if you're going to say something is like, has to be done, make it absolute. Don't be wishy-washy about it. Like, really, like, stand the fuck up and be like, no, that means you too, bitch. You too. You are not above the law. Let's go. One guy did a video the other day of how easy it was to cross the border. And it's like, oh, look, wall. We'll just go right around the wall. Like, that's all he did was just walk around the wall. He climbed up on a rock and was like, okay, now I'm in Mexico. And he climbed back over and said, and now I'm back in the U.S. See how easy that was? Nobody stopped me. And I was like, bitch, like you could see the razor wire, but it wasn't in places that actually were effective. So somebody moved it. I stand with Texas. I do. Because I'm sorry. You can't not have borders. When did that become a thing? We're not in the old West. This is not pioneering days. You are not like letting people just go put a stick in the ground and go, this land is mine. No, those times are past. We have ownership laws. We have property laws. We have all that now. We have immigration laws, which, hello? I mean, one guy, oh my God, I saw a video of this old man saying, we can't not let the illegals in because then the fruit will rot, the vegetation will rot on the ground because we got nobody to pick the fruit. Wow. So you need the illegals to pick your shit. Why don't you just say, I need slave labor? Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're saying. It's slave labor for you because you're not paying them. The government's paying them with my money. that I don't have anymore because the government fucked me over. So it's like, oh, it's so aggravating. Like, you damaged me. You don't want to help pay for me, but you're willing to let in friggin' Joe Schmo with his arms deal and fentanyl bullshit. And you're going to let him in, give him tons of fucking money every month, let him live a decent life. And what? What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to pay for it? Fuck you. So yeah, I stand with Texas. Absolutely 100%. Build the wall, build it higher. I don't give a shit. Fucking, we have an ocean around us. Texas don't have an ocean. They have the Rio Grande. Great. I don't care at this point if they build a ditch, make a moat, and throw alligators in that sumbitch. We have all those problems in the Everglades with the pythons. Transport them over to the border. Let's see how they get through those. I'm so tired of their bullshit. Everybody looking everywhere else except here. Take care of your own damn people. You know, you could have a dog for 20 years. If you don't pay attention to that dog and you starve it to death, it doesn't matter how much love it had in its heart for you. When you reach out for it the next time, it's going to bite you. It's going to bite you because it's hungry and it's mad and it's abused, and screw you. And then they have the nerve to be surprised. Oh, the people are unhappy. I don't understand why. Yes, you do. You completely do. You want to keep going with that whole narrative of we have to be inclusive. No, we don't. Where in my Constitution does it say I have to be inclusive of people who do not fucking belong here, who are not citizens here, who didn't do things legally? Pretty sure that when you do things illegally, you're a criminal. Illegal, criminal. You're not just a migrant. You're not an immigrant. You are an illegal immigrant, which means you are a criminal. When he says criminals are coming over the border, it doesn't mean that they have to have a criminal record. You are literally a criminal the minute you cross that border, because you are breaking the fucking law. You are not following protocol. You are not doing things the legal way. And they say, oh, well, you know, they're getting processed. They're getting processed the way you want them to be processed. Don't think that we don't know that when they go through, you're changing names. They did it at Ellis Island all the time. If they wanted you to go through immigration, if you had a problem with your name, guess what? You got a new name. This is the new start for you, Bubba. Let me give you this nice and shiny new identification. You could be a whole new person. It doesn't change what they've done. It doesn't change what they're going to do. It just gives them the element of surprise on us. I have a problem with that. So yeah, I don't think Trump is lying or facetious or being hyperbolic at all when he says every single one of them that comes here is a criminal, because they're all committing a crime. And they're being allowed to. So if you let them in on the premise of, okay, commit this crime and you can come into this country and I'm not going to do anything, what kind of future are they going to have? Because they're going to say, well, I got away with this. Oh, I got over the border with no consequences. There were no repercussions. What else can I get away with? What else can I do? I mean, it's not like they know who I am. They don't know my skill set. They don't know the things I've done. They don't know the depths to which I'm willing to go to get what I want. That's very dangerous. It's very dangerous to all of us, no matter how close to Texas we are in proximity. That shit spreads faster than the friggin' plague. You know, I see them. It's disgusting that I can't leave my front door without feeling threatened. They're everywhere. And it's gross. Like, my town smells of piss all the time now. I won't open the windows because they just go and relieve themselves wherever they go. They don't give a fuck. They got no respect. They don't pay for anything here. Why would they take care of it? You know, your country was a shit show. Okay. Why didn't you change your country? Why didn't you change your circumstances there? It's impossible. Nothing's impossible. You came here for a handout. I watched the damn video where the guy said, we thought we would come here and we were told Americans would help us. What news? That's very selective news watching, because you know that we're suffering in this country. I know it's out there. People talk about what an idiot fucking president we have, and that they're all, oh yes, Biden, he's wonderful. Shut the fuck up. You stop. That man is the worst thing that ever happened in this country. Surrounded by little flying monkey stupid asses. And again, these are thoughts that I have and that I obsess about. Thinking about the future, about what's coming. All that shit that, you know, I learned. It's terrifying. It's discouraging. And I sit here going, why am I bothering? Why do I bother doing anything? Does it make a difference? Probably not. I should just disconnect and go back to reading my books. I really want to. I really want to just disappear. But then I get emails. I get DMs. And they're like, I really needed to hear what you said today. I need you to talk about this. I need you to go into that. I need to share this with you. And that need is what keeps me here. Because I'm not saying that it's just because it's me that they need it. They need somebody, and I'm open to it, and they know it. That's not always easy to find. And what they tell me isn't going to go further than me. That's it. And I'll care about what they're talking about. I might not always answer the way they want me to or in the time they want me to, because it takes me time to process when I'm dealing with stuff. But I will answer. I'll have something to say. You might not like it, but you might need it. I'm not always at my best. I try to be. But it's tiring. It's draining. Sometimes I just want to be me and just sit here and be like, you know what, guys, I don't know what is going on in the world. I don't know what's going on in my life. I know that I love with everything that I am, and I suffer for it. I do. I don't think I'm worth anything, and I can't explain why. I can't give you one detail or one event that made me think that I'm crap. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm just sitting here and I'm like, do I show them just me? That I'm insecure and that I'm a worrywart and that I have the cheesiest sense of humor in the world. I mean, the cornier the joke, the more I love it. You know, is it annoying that I'm being myself, like that I'm constantly in music mode? I mean, literally everything, guys, triggers a song. Everything. There's songs in my head 24/7. And it's so easy to like, I mean, T-Rex likes to do that. He'll say something, you know, winning too. You know, they'll say something and just instantly trigger. And it's always a song. There's always a song response. It's probably really annoying. I can't help it. That's who I am. That's who I am. I find it really annoying that lately my inner, like, what would you call it? My inner soundtrack, my default soundtrack is Summer Breeze. I hate that song. But I hum it or sing it all the time when I'm not engaged in something. Like whenever I have a moment of like downtime, instantly that's coming out of my mouth. I don't understand it. It's annoying. Do I have the energy to stop it? No, not really. Do I want to know why it's that? No, I don't care. I just accept it's part of who I am today. Do I think anybody else is going to accept it? Probably not. I always see myself as being a bother. I'm never enough. Never. That thought doesn't go away. That's one of those intrusive thoughts that always is lurking in the shadows. Shadows. There we go. I don't know why I said the showers, because it's always in the shadows, waiting. It waits for that opportunity to pop out and go, see, told you. All the time. I hate it. You are not enough. You're not worth the effort. You're trash. Somebody called me trash once. It didn't hurt me because they said it. It hurt me because I had already believed it. How do you get rid of thoughts like that? How do you circumvent all that self-doubt and pain that's literally a part of your DNA now? That's what it feels like, right? Feels like no matter what you do, you can't escape that. And nobody's going to understand, because they tell you you're awesome, you're amazing. They see this thing in you, you just don't see. Yeah, it feels good to be complimented, but you don't see it. So you don't believe it. You're just thankful that somebody thinks that. You look at yourself and all you think is, well, I'm not lovable. Nobody's ever going to love me for me. I'm not enough. Why aren't you enough? Why is somebody else enough? That they could be annoying and they could be a pain in the ass. They could piss you off and you still keep loving them. But you don't think somebody could feel that way toward you. Why? What is so bad about you? What do you see in yourself that makes you think that you're easily replaceable? That you're easy to toss away? Why? Because a bunch of people did it before? Maybe that's not anything to do with you. That has to do with the piece of shit they are. The inability they have to form connections. When we love people, we put them up in this this beam of light where they're just like, oh my God, they're so wonderful and I love them. And you put all this energy in and you see them through a different lens than the rest of the world. You think better of them. You want them to think better of themselves. And then you're disappointed when somebody doesn't do that for you. Or maybe they try to do that, but you're still in that darkness where you're just like, no, I'm crap. Somebody, convinced me I was crap when I was younger, and that shit stuck. And not only that, because you think, or they tell you you're a monster, and this person means a lot to you, their opinion means a lot to you, you turn around and you become the monster. Just to prove them right. Why not go the other way and prove them wrong? Oh, because I don't care what they think. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You turn yourself into the monster. You will dig and find or create the evidence to prove that you are. It's exhausting. It is exhausting proving that you are nothing, proving that you don't deserve things. And the only person you're proving it to is yourself. It's a very weird thing that we do to ourselves because it's unnecessary. When you overthink things, you analyze the shit out of them. You don't realize you actually invite, or you not just create, you will manipulate yourself into seeing things from such a fucked up angle just to prove your point. You'll take something completely innocent and make it work against you. Why? Why do we do that? I don't get it. I mean, I didn't come here with any answers. I came here with more questions than anything. Hoping that you guys could, like, give me something to, look at. A different way to, like, approach things. Maybe we could work it out together. That would be funny. Let me get caught up. Even if it don't stop, I would love to see at least 80% reduction. I don't know. God said I won't be satisfied till I see a 99.9% reversal. You don't ask for much. No silence on the back. Hashtag fuck you. I love that. No, Darth, Texas and Border Patrol are working together. Border Patrol is glad they're there. They're working together to make sure the migrants funnel through AZ in California instead of Texas. It's not like this is a uniquely Texas problem. Now the Chinese are flying into Canada and crossing their border illegally. Well, that's on you. Y'all are up there. Why don't you all man those borders? Pew, pew. What are your laws? Do you have self-defense laws? Darth said, sorry, I'm not in a great place right now, Daisy. I think you're doing remarkably well, Darth. I do. I've seen you in this place, and this is you upset, but not in asshole mode. You may think you're in asshole mode, but I don't think you are. I've seen you in that mode. This is not it. Daisy said, I shared a link in Future Conflict chat of that dude on the ground. Hell, he tried to buy pizza for the guard last night. Also, Border Patrol made sure he wasn't a scouter yesterday. He's filming 1.5 something. Hey, Mims, what's up? How you doing, baby? Problem is, Greg Abbott can't stand. Oh, stop! That's not nice. Perk's ears up. Booby hug? Always with the booby hugs. Daisy and I give booby hugs freely. Freely. Especially if you're in a bad mood, I will let you virtual motorboat. You go right ahead. You could just imagine them, just hold your hands up and just go back and forth. It'll make you feel better, believe it or not. There's no boobies in front of you, but your imagination is a wonderful thing. And you're given permission. I give consent for you to imagine that and go as much as you want. If for nothing else, it'll fucking make you laugh. Sure shit makes me laugh. Darth Hideous, that makes you the slave labor, doesn't it? Well, yeah. Because I'm the one that, well, yeah, no, I mean, I get it. Jude, what's up? Been watching. You're speaking for me. You give me some courage to fight a big corporation. I need all I can get. Thanks. Anytime you need a little help fighting the fight, we're here. We're always here. All of us. Just reach out and we will pump you up as much as possible. Darth, number 1, stop giving these pieces of shit welfare. 2, stop giving them pieces of shit welfare. 3, stop giving these pieces of shit welfare. Watch the problem deport itself. Yeah, they'll go back to where, they're like, well, at least in my country, I can, speak my language and get a job. Yeah, do me a favor. If you don't speak the language, don't cross the border. That should be a prerequisite. It really should. They should be able to speak fluent fucking English. and read and write. I'm sorry. I am not learning another goddamn, like, you know how many friggin' bits and pieces of so many languages I know? Because I've met so many people that I had to freaking communicate with, so I had to learn how to get along a little in that language. Am I fluent? No. Can I have a conversation? Probably not. Can I get the point across? Fuck yes. But I didn't have to. I'm sure my efforts would have been better somewhere else. Oh, wow, look at you. Thank you. Jude with the $5 super chat that I didn't see till like right now, because I'm way behind. He said, thanks. You're welcome, honey. Let's see. What can we do for you? You know what? They're just going to have to get over it. He hates that clip, but it makes me ridiculously happy.
Sorry.
I need more clips instead of everybody's friggin' intros, because I don't have people on panel. I think I'll get rid of those and just start making clips. I need more super chat clips and like thankful clips. Oh, I'm almost caught up. Ain't no fruit, New York, bunch of nuts. Yeah, all low hanging nuts just laying on the ground being disgusting. Ugh. Thank you though, Jude, for your super chat. Yes, the lady awesome said thank you for your super chat. She's so good. I'm also sick of the Finooks using the Native American argument. I guess those Riri's should have secured their fucking border then, huh? Well, that's what happens when you welcome invaders in. They invade and they take over and they take your shit. It's a time-honored tradition. Nobody's looking at this force coming into the United States as conquerors. That's what they're doing. They're taking over. They are conquering our way of life. They are destroying our society and civilization and making it their own. They don't want to assimilate. They want things to go their way. I have a huge problem with that. You don't walk into like an established thing where people have existed for, hundreds of years and say, well, you know what? I come from this country. I hated it in that country. So I'm going to come to yours where you have everything I want. And I'm going to make this into what my country is now. So they're not trying to become American. They're trying to take their bullshit and put it here and not make themselves better. They want a better life. Do they want to improve themselves? No. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. They're not blending together. They're just saying, I want a better life. You have to give it to me. And in return, I'm going to bring all my bullshit to your country and lay it all on your feet. And, oh, well, I'm going to ruin your country the way I ruined my own. Here's the thing. I don't want you in my country. I don't. I don't want you in my life. I don't want you changing my society. I don't want to have to adapt to you. You came here, motherfucker. I don't go to somebody's house and go, oh, you have to cater to me and do whatever I want. And I'm going to do this and that. No, you go to somebody's house. You respect their rules. You respect their property. You change your behavior to what they expect you to do. We have no expectations for these people. There's no regulations. There's no requirements. There's no rules. And all the ones that are already there, all the rules that are there, nobody's enforcing them. They're avidly working to remove them, to make it easier for somebody to come in and fuck up this country. We got enough problems without worrying about other people bringing multiple countries' problems to us. And then they want to turn around and call us racist? No. I'm not racist. I don't care where you're from. If you're not from here, or you didn't go through the application process and get vetted so that you're not a despicable human being adding to the bullshit in this country, that's what I have a problem with. It's not your race. It's not your color. I don't give a fuck about any of that. What I care about is you're a despicable human being who did shit the wrong way, and yet you're getting off scot-free and you're getting rewarded for it. That's where I have a problem. You don't belong here. We do not have infinite resources. And then my kids, people I love, they have to suffer and go without to make your life happy. What the hell did you ever do for us? Nothing. Did you pay taxes? Did you contribute? Nothing. You don't even know our customs, our traditions. You don't know our history. Nothing. You think, oh, Americans are pushovers. We're going to go in and they're going to give us all this shit. Fuck you. No, we're not. I can feel my sub count like plummeting. I can feel it. I don't even have to look. And I don't care. You know, if you're not on board with the keep the illegals the fuck out and deport everybody that's here illegally, then I don't need you here. You're part of the problem. I'm working toward a solution. I'm trying to think of things to make people's lives better because we're so under stressed right now. We're under stress right now because of everything else, all these bad decisions being made by the administration, by the establishment. All these elites standing there going, well, you should donate, you should this, you should that. I'm sorry, are you donating to me? Because I'm struggling to buy milk. And I got to worry about you? No. You know, I spent almost 50 years in this country. Well, I've spent more than 50 years in this country if you include like, you know, in utero. But I was born American. I was born here. I said my Pledge of Allegiance every day in school. I stand when the national anthem is sung. You know, I stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I support our troops. I believe in liberty. I believe in, you know, freedom of speech, in the right to pursue your own happiness. I believe in everything that the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, all of that, I believe in all of that. Is it perfect? No, but it's ours. Why should we alter what we founded this country on, our fundamental belief system, to adapt to countries that are absolutely backwards and completely falling apart? Why should I accept anybody who's coming from a place that is so destroyed that they're begging to leave in droves? Okay, but what do you bring to the table? Because the only thing I see you bringing is more stress on my country. It's my country. Someone like, you can't say that, but I do say it. My country, my fellow Americans. I don't need outsiders. You know, there should be a cap on how many people can come into this country at a time. You know, and if you don't like the fact that, you know, America is a certain way and you want to put America down, get the fuck out. Go find a better place. Good luck with that. I get this being the place everybody wants to be, but why do they want to be here? Did they want to be here because of our ideals and our values and our traditional thinking, or, you know, everything that we built this country on? No, they want to be here for the handout. They don't want a better, more improved life as far as, you know, ideals and stuff like that. They want an easier life. And while I get it, that doesn't mean I want you to find it here. to make your life easier, you're making my life harder. And that, no, I put into this system. And yet when push comes to shove, there's nothing for me to get back because everybody else is draining it dry. You know, it's not racist to say, I don't want criminals coming into my country. It's not. I think it's fucking logical, is what it is. I think it's that you believe in your country. You love your country. You don't want to see it destroyed. It's not even about the way of life. We change our way of life every day. Our circumstances change every day. We adapt. That's what we do. But I don't want them coming in and changing my country, destroying my country, taking away everything we fought for, things we continue to fight for. I'm proud to be American. I'm very proud of it. I don't care if we're a joke around the friggin' world. The fact of the matter is we're a joke to them because they think, you know, we don't know what we're doing. As people, we do know what we're doing. We just aren't in control. American people are a fucking beautiful thing. We are strong and we are resilient. Sometimes really, really stupid. But when, you know, when the shit hits the fan, we always stand together. Nothing gets between that. Not race, not, you know, like financial status, nothing. We stand for our country. The problem is the establishment does not. They stand only for themselves and what they can take from you. They don't like the power of the people. It's disheartening. It really is. But yeah, call me whatever you want, say whatever you want. I don't want people here who don't belong here. You didn't do what was required to get here. And now you're just draining us dry like a fucking vampire. Get out. Get out. Get rid of all. Close up the borders. Don't let them in. That is not racist. That is survivalist. We are a dying country. And if we don't fight back, we're not going to make it. That's the inevitable truth. It's undeniable. We are not going to make it if we don't do something. We are out of time. Wynn talks about it all the time. You guys are just sitting around like, oh, I just want to have fun, whatever. You know, that's great. Everybody wants to have fun. Everybody should have stress relief. But that doesn't mean you do that in exchange for like ignoring what's going on. Everybody's got to fight. The overthinking thing, the intrusive thoughts, the cognitive diffusion that we should be using, that ties in with the border thing. It ties in with what we allow, where our focus is. They have us so turned around in this country that the only things that we can focus on and feel like we have a handle on is ourselves. They've made it so that our own brains, like we've turned around and convinced ourselves that we are ineffectual. We are America, whether they like it or not. We matter. We have power. We have our own voices. And when we speak together, we can rattle the world. And we are out of time. We need to have been doing that yesterday, a week ago, a month ago, a year ago, 4 years ago, well, 3 years ago. But I mean, this started generations back and we just let it because it was easier to just go on with our lives. It's hard to fight back. It takes a lot. I get it. It's hard to always be here when things look so dire and bleak and gloomy. But there's so much worth fighting for. We're worth fighting for. Our way of life is worth fighting for. Our history, the real history, is worth fighting for. It's worth standing up and saying, no, we're not going to take this anymore. Fuck you. You've abused us long enough. It's time to grab that hand that's constantly punching at us and go, no, no more. No more. I'm done. You're done. Because that's what we need. They need to be done. We've just begun. How about that? Get off your ass. And let people know what you think. It doesn't matter if they like you or not. It doesn't matter if they like what you have to say. They need to hear it regardless. The truth is unpleasant. Oh, well. You're an adult. You're a grown-up. Sit up, shut up, and listen. And then do something about it. Be truthful. Be honest with yourself. I know we kind of got off topic and everything, but I mean, this is important too. Hoboken always smelled like that. That's not true. It only smelled like that on Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings. During the week, it didn't. Jersey doesn't smell bad. Most of it is that's what they call the Garden State. Most of it is freaking farmland, vegetation, and all that. It's just the only places you see are cities because that's where the highways are. Daisy girl, here's a happy video of boats docking in Eagle Pass this morning. And the new glorious wire put over all those shipping crates too. I love it. Lady Awesome said, I'm first generation American. My dad did it the right way. Totally legal. Yep. And my dad is a naturalized citizen. Absolutely. There's no reason not to go through the application process. Does it always work out for all the right people? No, it doesn't. It's a flawed system, but it's better than nothing. Jesus. Jacob, to be clear, I completely agree with the I Stand with Texas Abbott movement, but the irony is not lost on me that everyone is standing with the man who is wheelchair. No, I get it. It's that dark humor that I appreciate. Trust me. Ellie said, are there 2 chat streams? I don't know. I don't think so. There's this and Rumble and Twitter. That's it. Joe, what's up? Working, so can't stick around. Aw. Well, my phone's weird. Never mind. That's all right. My brain is weird, so we're good. Daisy girl, Dart, that dude filming in real time and is encouraging people to clip share if they see something to keep me company watching him film from the top of that hill. Ellie's lurking in the shower. Y'all make me laugh. Also, Darth, I think he was talking to that viral TikTok dude last night and didn't even know it. Oh, Ellie Morton on the good M on the phone, can't tag, and damn it, it isn't an iPhone, it's an Android. Yeah, I don't know why. The apps just won't let you tag. It's so weird. Thanks, Mims, for throwing up that tag, the links. Words are not good with me today. I know I'm all over the place, but you're lucky I'm here at all because I was not going to do it. If it wasn't for Inya needing, like a little pep talk, I wouldn't have shown up at all. It's been a rough night. Darth Hideous, that's actually a less depressing story than most of what I've heard today lately. Daisy. Oh, poor you. It was less depressing. You must be very upset about it. I also put that link in Michelle's Discord. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, if you think it's a link, if somebody puts a link up in the chat that you think I'm going to enjoy, just automatically send it to me in Discord. Because unfortunately, from StreamYards, I can't click on things and I won't remember to go back to YouTube and go through the chat. Ellie, Shelly, you're a lot. I know your type. You at least have a lot of love in there behind that hard exterior. I mean, yeah. She said, "What the fuck? I swear, I swear I could type." Yeah, I know. I did that all weekend. I was like, "Why won't my fingers type what I tell them to?" Like, I don't get it. Mimsy, these people hone in on your vulnerabilities. It's hard to contend with at times, especially when you're the one always supporting others. Yeah, it is. It's true. Because they see the weaknesses and they use them to their advantage. And it gets to the point where you just want to, you want to, I guess, what's the term I'm looking for? Close up shop and just throw your hands up and be like, I'm done with this shit. And that's it. Daisy Girl Dart thought maybe it could keep you company too when he goes live. Aww. Shelly, exhausting. She's watching me. Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay, everyone has homework for the next 10 days. Every day after waking, maybe you're brushing your teeth, whatever. Take a look in the mirror, straighten your own eyes, and tell yourself out loud, I love you. Aw, that's such a nice thought, lady. See, that's why she's Lady Awesome. And I mean, I can tell myself I love myself till the cows come home, but I don't believe it. I don't. I mean, I love certain aspects of me, but I can't say anything why somebody would stick around. I really can't if I'm myself. Because I am not always like, sunshine and fucking rainbows and whatever. Am I almost always smiling? Yeah. Do I know why? No. But I know when I can't anymore. That's what terrifies people, when I can't do the, hey guys, like when I can't get myself to that level, they know I'm done. Something is not right. And it's something big and it's bothering me. And where'd Shelly go? No, that's part of Shelly too. I shut down to protect myself. And I shut down to protect other people because I know what a raging bitch I can be. When I'm hurt, first thing I do is try to lash out. So now I don't do that. I just go quiet. And I withdraw. And you can tell because I don't do the, okay, love you, whatever. I just go, yeah, night, click. I try to get out as fast as I can before I do any damage. Ellie at the state office's name is Wheelie. They used to call my daughter that in high school. They called her Wheels and Speedy Gonzalez because she would take off in that wheelchair. She didn't give a fuck who was in her way. She was like, coming through. And she just right down the hallway. We had long freaking hallways in Hoboken High. But yeah, she used to run over Coach Matthews' toes all the time. He'd be like, Katie, I said, stop. God damn it. And then I'd get the text, Katie rolled over my foot again. And I'd text back, get the fuck out of her way. Like, I mean, I've known him since I'm little. So he literally lived across the hall from my mother. So, I mean, I grew up with his daughter, Tracy, and everything. So yeah, he's got my phone number, but he used to text me and be like, Katie ran over my foot. Get the fuck out of the way. Why were you in her way? That's your own damn fault. Don't come at me with this bullshit. Solve your own problems. I used to tell him, just get a broom, stick it in the spokes, she'll go flying. And he's like, I can't do that. Well, then don't bitch at me. If you're not willing to take matters into your own hands, don't bitch at me. He also knew that if he ever did that, I'd kill him. But, whatever. If you know she's going to run over your feet and she's not going to stop, why are you standing in front of her? It seems to me like you're the dumb one. She doesn't change. Dart said you need more clips. I need more extended magazines. We are not the same. No, I know what you're talking about. You're so funny. That was funny. That was the nice little play on words. Thanks for the links, Mems. Oh, I love you. You're so good. I hope you're feeling better. You didn't send me an email, so just make sure you're feeling better. Let us know. I haven't seen Rabbit in a couple days. I hope she's okay. I know that she's going through like the whole eye surgery thing. I just don't know when. Because, yeah, my brain's not working. I did purchase some new vitamins that are supposed to stop the growth of bacteria and reduce it greatly in your brain for that particular thing. I forget what the hell it's called. It's a long freaking name. But I bought them and they're coming today. So let's see. Supposedly it purges your whole system of that bacteria. And it's supposed to really work well against Lyme disease bacteria. So we'll see how that goes. It's supposed to make me really sick at first because it's literally draining my body of toxins and they got to go somewhere. So let's see. You know, we're going to cross our fingers and hope some herbal things work because doctors ain't doing shit. Daisy extended magazines are just books. Not that kind of magazine. The pew pew kind. The ones that you click into place. Gutter's words are hard. Yeah, they really are. Daisy said, by the way, Shelley, I just read the impeachment resolution, Mayorkas. The hearing starts tomorrow in Congress. I'm praying it'll go through. Can't share the link because it's a members only chat. Okay. I mean, that's at least encouraging. I just wish they'd do more than just like impeach them. Jail these motherfuckers. Like there's no consequences. Take away their damn money, redistribute it to like the people they fucking took it from or like the families of the victims that they friggin' hit. All these J6 things and like the Michigan things, they got people going to jail for years and years and years now. People being held without even being charged, which how did that happen to Americans? I could see it happening in times of war or whatever, you know, from outside forces, foreign invaders or whatever. But these are Americans and you're going to like just strip them of their rights. Why? Because you said so? Knowing that you're the one that set them up, that they never would have gone down that road had you not held their hand and financed them and pushed them the entire fucking way. How is that fair? It's not. They're creating a world by just stepping on anybody they want to. And then they let in all these illegals so that we have to fight on 2 fronts, 3 fronts, 4 fronts, 5 fronts. Eventually you just they're hoping you just throw your hands up and go, oh, fuck it, just do whatever you want. As we are prone to doing. Now is the time we got to stand together. We can't let them defeat us. We can't. So yeah, I'm with you, Daisy. I'm hoping it goes well and that it makes a difference. That's what I'm looking for. A difference in our favor for once. And hopefully that'll start a trend. But I feel like with this invasion, people are waking up, but they're waking up, but for how long? How long till something else comes along and screws them up and makes them look away? Until they're comfortable where they're like, oh, it's getting better. Let me get comfortable. We can never be comfortable. Damn it. Constant vigilance. I hate to quote Harry Potter for this, but God damn it, Mad Eye Moody was right. Constant vigilance. You always have to be on your guard. You always have to be ready to fight, and they have to know you're ready to fight. The American people should be a threat to the government. They should live in fear of what we do and decide and say. But they should have no control on, you know, taking what we do away. None of that. They should not be able to dictate what we say to one another. You know, we're the collective. We need to be a communal nation, you know, and listen to each other, talk to each other, not hate each other and like constantly be like, oh, you didn't give me this. You want to be petty and worry about stupid shit? Do that later when the big stuff is out of the way. We have a much, much more aggressive enemy, and it's within our own country. That's what we should be focused on. That's what we should be targeting, I guess you would say. Hit them with your words, hit them with your ideas. Hopefully, we don't have to take it to another level, but they should live in fear of what we say and do. They're supposed to be accountable to us, not us accountable to them. It got turned around somewhere, and it's bullshit. Our military should work for us, not for just one freaking person in government, not for other governmental entities. The military exists to protect and serve us. We're the ones contributing to the military. We're the ones doing all the fucking fighting and the work and everything else, and following the orders of people who are so far removed from our situation and our circumstances. It's ridiculous. Wolfram, we're here for you, Shilling. Oh, honey. And I appreciate that. I really do. I love you guys. I love that you're here. I know today is like a shit show. I knew it was going to be. I'm not at my best. I have a lot of internal struggle going on. And while I'm telling you, to like look at it and take your overthinking and take all that and minimize it, I can't do it. That's why I'm here. I'm here to learn and to grow every bit as much as you all are. Okay, shit is on now on my computer. She's like, we are on and popping. Let's go. Seen Rabbit this morning. She's doing all right. Okay, that's cool. I miss her. She hasn't been around a bit. I know she's busy. Yeah, you can't always get mom's attention. Not all the time. Daisy, dang leftists say he didn't do nothing wrong. Say he didn't do nothing. That's a whole dang problem. He's done nothing to protect our borders. Glad this is going in front of Congress. Oh, yeah. Ellie. Good M, y'all. Good M. Mimsy, it was a tough weekend, but getting there. We'll email you later, love. Okay. I'll be looking for that email. Looking forward to it, baby. I'm always here. Ellie, oh my God, Tower 22 is being discussed on Crowder. I don't know what Tower 22 is. Every member of the military swears an oath not to anyone in government, but to the Constitution of the United States, and there is no expiration date. Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. The thing is, they use the military for their own purposes. They forget that the military is not beholden to them. They like to pretend like, no, we'll just use the military however we want. No. The military can turn around and say, absolutely not. I am not going to let the people suffer because you fucking have an agenda. But they can only do so much. Otherwise they're going to get slapped down too, and then we won't even have them. The Jordanian thing that happened was the base attacked in Jordan. Oh, okay. I didn't know that's what it was called. I knew about the attack. I don't know the specifics because, again, I've been stuck inside my head. It's, and this is what happens. Like, we get sidetracked with our own bullshit. So you can't always find the energy or the gumption to like get up and pay attention to the other horrible things that are going on in the world. Ellie, we love you, Shelley. I love you too. Thank you. That does mean a lot to me. You have no idea. You have no idea. I always think I'm not good enough. Always. And I probably will always think that. There's a part of me that's super conceited and thinks who the fuck she is. And I let her out to play to mask the part of me that thinks she's just crap and nothing. Because 97% of me thinks I'm absolute crap. There's nothing there. I let that 3%, that loudmouth bitch that's like, hey, look at me, check me out, I'm the shit. I let her out to play because I don't want anybody to see how vulnerable I am. I don't want them to see how easy it is to cut me to ribbons. Ellie, foreign bases, war, etc. affects my family personally. Yeah. As my husband and many family members are still active in and with the military. And, you know, I feel you on that. Like the whole Afghanistan thing, when that went down, I was so torn up because my little cousin, Jessica, I told you she was a squadron leader for the Yellow Jackets in the Navy. And she was over there for years. And we sent her care packages. We worried, you know, it was a really stressful time in our family. We've always had, you know, people in the military. Always. Every generation had somebody going off, except for like my uncle, because he was the only boy, and you know, his skills were better utilized by the government by doing engineering work, basically, is what he did. So he didn't have to go fight, but they still, you know, contracted him for a certain amount of time. Technically, he wasn't in the military. He was just working for them all the time. So it was like, all right. So he didn't get the accolades, but he still did the work. Jessica put the work in. You know, she graduated high school and instantly enlisted in the Navy. You know, and she went over there, and years she did without, and she was, you know, in the line of fire, and she was in danger. For what? For what? Because it seems like nothing was accomplished. It seems like they actually came out ahead now because we have an administration that doesn't know how to do shit right. So yeah, it's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating the way they work against everything that we do to improve our country, to carry out, you know, the standards that we set, to back up our claims of being, you know, a mighty power and to be righteous and all this shit, where we say we're going in to help, and then we just abandon everything. Like, okay, so you put all our boys and girls on the line, and then you went and fucked it up anyway because you're selfish and only care about the money you're going to make, or about the things that need to, like the dominoes that need to fall here, there, and everywhere to complete your master plan. You know, it's infuriating. And the people that aren't affected by that personally, they don't really care because they don't see how it affects them until it's too late. There are some people who believe so much in our country that they go from being active military to defense contracts, doing the same job with the same people without the military benefits. And they deploy longer than the military. Yeah. They dedicate their lives to what they believe in. Yeah. They dedicate their lives to supporting the things they see as, you know, correct and beneficial, and being on the right side of history. You know, that's what they do. They don't care how much pushback they get. They don't care, you know, that they have to give up certain things. When you believe in something and you love it to that extent, you're willing to make a sacrifice and you're happy to do it. You accept, this is just something I have to do. You know, I can't just walk away from this. This is too important. You know, I'm thinking about the future. I'm thinking about, you know, my kids and my grandkids and my nieces and my nephews and my cousins, everybody coming up. I'm thinking about my neighbor's kids. You're not thinking in terms of, like they like to say, we're not thinking in terms of race. You're not thinking in terms of financial status. You're not thinking in terms of religious background. You're thinking, these are people. This is my country. These are other people who are suffering. I can do something. I can be effective. I can make a mark in the world by standing up and doing what's right, even if it means I have to sacrifice my entire career for it. If I have to give up, like my dreams for this one dream, this one ideal, it's worth it to them. The problem is we don't celebrate those people. We demonize them. We say they're obsessive, or that, they just won't see the truth. And then later on you wind up that they were correct or whatever. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm not going to say anything. You know where I'm going with that. The Tower 22 people are part of that description. Yeah, that was me, Ellie. Ellie, thanks for the heads up about Crowder. I'll check into his reporting later. I'm sure he has some mighty choice words for the spineless administration. I mean, don't we all? Don't we all? I've learned a lot in the last couple years. And it does keep me up at night. It does. I will sit there and try to figure out how I could have done things differently. Why I didn't see it. What was keeping me from seeing the truth? What was keeping me from seeing all the little workings behind the curtain? I'm not stupid by far. And yet I was able to keep distracted. I was always too distracted to actually focus. Not to demising those that died, but thank God my husband wasn't there at that time. No, I get it. I get it. And we lose a lot. We've taken some really big hits. And for what? They don't get the accolades that they deserve. I mean, there's so many people who have passed and sacrificed their life. It's all right. Diminish. I figured not to diminish those that died. I get it. You never want it to be one of yours. You respect their decision to put their life on the line, but you really hope it doesn't come to that. That's what it comes to. You're like, I really admire the fact that you're that brave and that dedicated, but I don't want it to be you. Like, I need you to come home. I need you to be there tomorrow and the next day and the next day. I think we all think that way. That doesn't mean that we're, like, oh, well, I'm glad it wasn't one of mine. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't one of mine, but you're still sad that it was anybody that had to, be taken out or had to lose their life for whatever reason. My head is currently juggling about 6 different topics at once. So, like, if I'm not completely linear, forgive me. Have a little grace with me today. I'm all over the place. I'm unclear because my head is completely unclear. It disturbs me what's going on in the world today. And I do feel absolutely ineffectual. And I do feel almost victimized. Because what they're doing to all of us is so abusive. So abusive. And it feels like we got nobody on our side. All we have is each other. And even that, we have all this infighting. Like, we need to line our ducks up in a row and just say, look, we're going to do this. This is the goal. Put all your petty shit in a box for later. And just arm in arm, man. We got to go arm in arm and face it. We cannot be taken down by all the bullshit that's invading us right now. And I'm not just talking about people. all the negativity that's out there, all the horrible decisions, all the fear that they're trying to instill in us, all the talk about eating the bugs and everything else. We joke about eat the bugs. Well, eat the bugs. We joke, but it's real. It's real. And when it's already too late. It's not something that's coming. It's here. You know, you need to squash that shit now. Not tomorrow, not in a week, now. You know, we have to be willing to all stand up together and say, no, that's enough. That's enough. Stop. We're not doing it. You know, America is big enough where if we stand together, we are a fucking force, man. But we're acting like we're not. That's the thing. There are bases, operations all around the world. A lot of them are not talked about. Personally, I wish we would withdraw everyone and put them on the borders. Stop giving everyone money and heal us. Yeah. Stop looking over over the fences into other people's yards and going, hey, I can help you with that, when your own yard is torn up to shit. Can we just focus on us? You know, oh, we got to do this because, you know, they're a weak country. No, we're a weak country. You've made us weak because you took everything that made us strong away. Yep, we joke about eats the bugs, but it's here. Scary stuff for real. All of it is here. They control our money. They control our food. They control our reproduction. Hell, they even control what we're called biologically. Like, they're instilling all these new paradigms that you're just like, none of this makes sense. They're making the world make less sense every day. I'm not kidding when I say, what kind of bizarro world did I wake up in? Because I look around and I'm like, where did this shit come from? Who thinks this makes sense? None of this makes sense. It's so counter to common sense that it's almost unbelievable. I feel like I'm in the middle of some wacky indie movie where, like, everything is topsy-turvy and you got all these weird shits going on and it's entertaining as fuck to those watching. But those in the movie, it's terrifying and traumatic. And you're just like, what is going on? Every day is like that. Every day. You add that external confusion to the internal confusion that we inflict upon ourselves, and it feels like you can't get through the next 5 minutes, let alone the next hour, day, week, month, year. Like, it feels like there's nowhere to go. Everywhere you turn is just, you're just face to face with crazy. I remember my life being where I was the crazy. And suddenly I'm not as crazy as everybody else. It's very disturbing to me. Like, that's not what I'm used to. I'm used to being the wild card. I'm used to being the one who you can't figure out what she's going to say or do or whatever, because I did it for the shock value. You know, that's what I did most things for. Because if I shock you, one, you're not going to see what's going on beneath the surface. And two, you're going to stay the fuck away. You're going to back up and give me more breathing room. You know, less risk of getting hurt. I really don't like caring about people because it's way too easy to hurt. Way too easy to hurt me. And it's always there. Do you know that foreign military that work together actually can both believe that they don't want war? Those in charge do. It literally happens. Oh yeah. No, that's one thing. The crazy one in my family, Uncle Bernard, the one that came back from the war and used to eat glass. Mm-hmm. He used to tell us, like, he told stories, and I mean, I was young when he died, but I do remember some of the stories. And like I'm trying to think family tree because I don't want to get it wrong. His grandson, I mean, I guess like he told his son and then his grandson a lot of the stories. So we used to swap stories over coffee and whatever. And I would just sit and listen. And he would talk about, like being over there and how the troops that yeah, there's a crazy one. He's the one that used to wear manure on his head under his hat because he thought it would make his hair grow. Yeah, he was. Anyway, like I said, he came back damaged. He wasn't like that before that, my grandmother said, because that was like her favorite cousin. And when he came back, he was just, he was pots. But he said that he had talked with like all different kinds of soldiers at different times. They didn't want to fight. They didn't want to kill one another. They didn't want to have to go into battle and whatever. But they had orders. They didn't want to do any of that. They all had families and they had people that they wanted to get home to. They had lives they wanted to get back to. They didn't want to oppress anybody. All they were doing was standing up for what they thought their country was, about. They were following orders. They didn't want to take over other nations. That was what the big cheeses wanted to do. They didn't want to subjugate people to their will. They didn't want, there to be one master race. They didn't want any of that stuff most of the time. Like the actual soldiers didn't. The ones they showed you did. They were all, solidified in their bullshit thinking. But they didn't show you the guys on the ground who they just wanted to go home. They wanted to go home. They wanted to see their mothers. They wanted to see their wives, their families, their kids. They wanted to go home and play with the dog. They wanted to plant some crops. They wanted to go work in a factory even. They didn't want any of the stuff that they were going through. But they had orders. And they were given those orders by people who wanted to conquer other nations. They didn't give a shit about that. They just wanted to be home. Ellie said, I've been doing a lot of overthinking this week. Let's call it hormones. And I get it. I mean, I know that that's part of it. This is my week for the whole hormones thing. But that's not it. I was triggered. And it had nothing to do with hormones. It had to do with, I'm right here in front of you and you're looking at something that is long gone. Like, how about you give me that respect? Give me that attention since I give it to you. Like, it was that type of scenario. And then, of course, I put it in my head, well, why would they? Who are you? You're shit. You're nothing. And then I just, like, things that people have said to me and like little seeds of discontent and doubt that were planted in my brain, that they just grew overnight. Like weeds, just all over the place. And I was completely powerless to stop them. Damn it, play your I Love Myself clip. I hate that clip. I'm not playing it. He knows I hate that clip. I hate it. Mimsy, I believe it's important our troops have a peacekeeping role throughout the world at these bases, but when our country is in utter chaos, it's natural to want them home protecting us. Absolutely. I mean, you know that mom and dad have a job, but when shit goes down at home, you want them there. You're like, hey, I want you here. And they want to be there, but they have an obligation somewhere else as well. So Jacob said, nobody wants war, not really. We seem to have forgotten in the 21st century that the prime directive of war is elimination or subjugation. Somehow war has been reimagined as some fake civilized act. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ellie learned to love the clip. Always keep and play that clip. I just played it before. I'll play it again. I'll play it again because I know y'all like it. Jeez.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Whatever. God. You better listen. I don't know. With the discussion of war crimes and international law, it's a joke. The people who call for war will not be pleased to see the true barbarianism of humanity. Shelly, stop. Thanks, Shelly. You're welcome, Lady Awesome. Like you said, play the clip. I played the clip. I played it. I did it. Baby steps. Remember baby steps. Oh, good God. Now I got to do it. Sorry.
Baby steps? It means setting small, reasonable goals for yourself, one day at a time. One tiny step at a time.
Baby steps.
It works.
First of all, I don't pay property tax.
Yeah. He don't pay property tax. Lucky bastard. Damn that T-Rex. I love it. Look, I do set little goals. I've been doing a lot better lately. You know, like trying to be more proactive as far as, all my ailments and stuff like that. It's just once in a while, the negativity hits me and it overwhelms me. And I can't shake it. Ellie Font, every time Shelly talks negative, she needs to play the I Love Myself clip. No matter how many times I play it, I'm not going to like that clip. I'm really not. I can't. I told you, my gay religion teacher from the high school I hated the most. Like, it's just, it irritates me. Mr. Uriardi. Mr. You. The whole point of this today was that I do get overtaken by stupid thoughts. Now, should I have gotten set off last night like I did? Probably not. No, because it was probably an innocent thing. But it cut me deep. And I shut down. And I ran away. As I am wont to do. But I couldn't get it out of my head. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't stop obsessing on, well, this is what you get. This is what you deserve. Of course that happened. Of course they're going to whatever. Wait, I missed something. What'd you miss? You didn't miss nothing. And it had me thinking about how can I stop that kind of thing? How do you stop the obsessive thinking? How do you stop the overanalyzing? How do you stop that one little thought? Because your brain is a word machine. It is going to throw words at you 24/7. Some of them have triggers attached to them. So you pay more attention to them. And what you do is like you obsess over it because now your brain picked this one thing out and said, oh, this one caused a spark. We're going to think about this for a while. And it takes it from this tiny little seedling and it becomes this huge field of weeds. Like it becomes Georgia vines, like that overpowering, like they grow everywhere. They're destroying everything. They're covering everything. Cannot be stopped kind of a thing. And it reminded me that I had this friend, Spanky. I've told you all about Spanky before. He was at a point where he had these night terrors every night. And he would wake up and all he would think about was what he was, dreaming about the night before. and what caused him to like have like sleep paralysis and everything else. And he got to the point where he wasn't sleeping like at all because he was afraid to go to sleep because this thing was always on his mind and he wouldn't tell anybody what it was. But it was obviously something that terrified him. It haunted him. And he would just think about it all the time. And it was changing him, like it was breaking him down physically because he was getting sick, because he wasn't sleeping, he wasn't eating right. So it was changing every aspect of his life for the worse. And finally one day he said to me, he goes, "You're good at figuring shit out. I don't want to talk about what's on my mind, but I need you to help me get rid of it." And I was like, "How would you like me to do that?" And he was like, "I don't know." He was like, "But you're you." He was like, "You're fucking Michelle." He was like, "Just fucking do it." Like around here, that's all that they're like, "Oh, Shelly will do it." I'll go ask Michelle. Because apparently I can fucking do anything. And that's great that people have that kind of confidence in me. I don't have that kind of confidence. It's like, why? Like, why can't you do it? Like, if you think I can do it, then maybe you can do it. Did you try? But I mean, he did try. And y'all are still here. Yep, we're still talking. So I'm finally getting to the point where I worked out a couple strategies for him that worked for him to get rid of obsessive thinking and overthinking when you can't get something out of your head. It's usually the things that he was thinking about. He wouldn't tell me what they were, but he told me that it was things that he felt helpless to change because they weren't things he could get his hands on. They were more incorporeal matters. So it's not like he could just walk up and punch something in the face and problem solved. So he had no way of like really making this concrete so he could tackle it in the way that he would tackle things. And that got me to thinking. I was like, well, what if we could? And he was like, what do you mean? I said, well, what if you could take those things that you can't put your finger on because you can't physically affect them? What if we made them physical? And he was like, all right, like, I like the way we're going. And we worked it out so that he had several outlets, several options to choose from, to where he could take these helpless thoughts and he could take these intrusive thoughts that wouldn't go away, that kept him up at night, that changed his appetite, changed his attitude, changed his personality for a while. And he could make them physical and then he could attack them, basically. Because that was how he dealt with things. He attacked. He attack and destroy, attack and destroy. That was just how he was. Not in a destructive, like negative way, but in a positive, destructive way. Like sometimes you got to take down the building to build new. And that was how he always approached things. He would physically attack a problem, get rid of it, and then build anew. And so I had him, I was like, think of the things, like try to like get it down to like either a word or a sentence or a phrase that pretty much talks about like what the problem is. And there were several things that I had him do. And there are a lot more that I actually found later, when I started doing research on it. But the things I had him do, I had him sit the first time and take the biggest problem that was haunting him that he had no control over, that he couldn't, it wasn't corporeal. He had no control over it. It was something that was going to happen no matter what he did. Take that. And instead of rehashing what you coulda, shoulda, woulda done, take it. I had him write it down in his mind on a piece of paper, fold it up, put it in his pocket. And then I had him mentally walk through this desolate, dark area, someplace where he could hide things. He picked the forest. Another time he picked like a river and he went like into the middle of this river and he like took this box out of the water, opened it up, put the letter inside. And then he like closed it, locked it, put chains around it. He did it like real mafioso style, covered it in cement and let it sink to the bottom. And that was it. He put it away. There were other times that there were things that he thought of, little things, and I would have him go and mentally put them on paper and put them in little boxes. And then he could put them on a shelf. If he wanted to revisit them, he could take them down, open them up, and deal with them. If he didn't, he would literally put box inside a box, inside a box, inside a box until he was comfortable with it being so put away that he would never have it spring up on him again. But he had to take these thoughts and turn them. Ellie's like cement shoes, Italian mafiosos. Well, he's half Italian. Spanky's half Italian, so I mean, it worked. He would take these things and make them physical in his mind, close them up, and then just keep putting layer upon layer upon layer of protection around them so that not only could they not surprise him, it would take too much work for him to undo all the layers of protection to get back to that thought. Because he needed that. He needed to make it concrete. Other things, I had him actually make concrete in real life, like write it on an egg carton. And he would write it inside the egg carton in permanent marker or whatever. And he would fill up the inside of the egg carton, the outside of the egg carton, and he would just rant. And then he would literally sit there and with his fist just smash the shit out of that egg carton. And it was a type of release that made him feel better. He was able to release that thought. He was able to release those frustrations and let them go because he felt like, yeah, I didn't get rid of the thought, but I put the thought here and fuck this. This has no power over me. The thought is just as useless in my head as it is on this egg carton. I am going to destroy this egg carton. And he felt better. And we went through all these different exercises. I had him have like one. I remember we had like two chests. One was full of marbles. And every time he had a negative thought about this one thing, because it just wouldn't stay away, it would always creep back in. He would take a marble and put it in the other chest. And he would take it and take it and take it and take it. And once he saw that they were like completely transferred, he was like, all right, I fucking worried enough about this. I spent all this time, all these, like, I'm not losing my damn marbles. That was the joke. I'm not going to lose my marbles. I'm just going to put them somewhere else. Like, and that's what he would do. He would do it over and over and over. And each time he was like, why is this important? Why do I give a shit about this? It's just, no, you know what? It's just a fucking marble. I'm just going to keep doing this. And he kept doing that over and over and over until it worked. There was one thing that had to do with his kids he had no control over because you can't make your kids be a certain type of person. You know, you can guide them, but you can't make them make a decision based on what you want them to do. You really can't once they hit a certain age. And this was a problem for him. He must have transferred those marbles about 6 times from box to box to box to box until eventually he was like, you know what? This is crazy that I have to keep doing this. I got to just give it up. I got to give it up. Like, I can't keep doing this. I'm putting way too much energy into this. This isn't even my problem. Yes, I love them, but their problem is their problem. I can't make them do the right thing. I can't make them give this up or make this decision or whatever. And all I'm doing is I'm carrying this bullshit for them. And they don't even care. It's not influencing them at all. And that's when he got to the point where he was like, fuck it. He closed the box and he threw it out the fucking window. Literally threw it out the window. He was like, you know what? Now it's somebody else's problem. I don't have to deal with it anymore. And that was it. The thought, like, it would creep in once in a while, but not with the severity or the frequency that it was before. It was a huge burden off of him. And I actually watched a video the other day. Some lady said that there was a girl who wrote her main obsessive thought which was kind of like mine. Like she wrote, "I am unlovable" on a stone. And she carried that stone with her every time she had the thought. She would carry it in her hand, and she realized that to carry it in her hand and never put it down when she was having that thought, it kept her from doing ordinary everyday things. Because you can't pour coffee if you have a stone in your hand. You can't go and brush your hair if you have that stone in your hand. You have to adapt and use the other hand, and then it's awkward and it's just not quite right, and then it sets the tone for the whole day. And it trained her brain to think, if we keep carrying this bullshit around, nothing's going to get accomplished that needs to get accomplished, and we're going to feel worse. It's just going to set the tone for the day. I need to be able to put this down. I need to be able to function without thinking of this. And so what she did was she started, whenever she had a huge problem or something that wouldn't go away, she would write it on a stone and hold that stone for a couple, minutes, hours, whatever, as long as she had that thought, and remind herself, as long as I hold on to this, I can't do anything else. This is a huge drain. So I'm going to take this stone, I'm going to lay it down, and later I can pick it up if I want to, or I could, just chuck it if I want to. I could throw it. I can, throw it in the garbage. I could throw it outside. I could erase whatever I wrote. But this is not something that I have to carry all day long. This is getting in my way. So I'm going to take this and lay it down. And that's what she did. And it took months of training for her to even get to the point where that really worked well for her. But she didn't give up. It was something that she employed so that she would remind herself, this is a burden you don't need to carry. It's just a thought. It's a random thought. It's intrusive, and it's keeping you from living your life. Put the shit down. Stop thinking about it. And that worked for her. It really did. But that kind of stuff, it's really hard for me to psychologically trick myself when I'm the one coming up with the psychological plan. It's because I know what I'm trying to do. So my brain's like, no, we already know why we're trying to do this. We're just not going to do it. Bitch, I see you coming. I can't trick myself. So what do I do? Just do what I used to do? Just bury it? Just accept that, okay. Yeah, I feel bad because I feel like I'm nothing. So I just am nothing. And just move on and continue to be a doormat and continue to accept scraps. I'm giving you an 8-course gourmet fucking meal and you're giving me kibble. And that's okay. That's not a fair exchange. It's not. And you can't sustain on something like that. And it doesn't matter if it only happens, it only happens every once in a while. It's still the things that happen like that. Those are the ones that eat away at your soul. It's the little cracks that you need to worry about. It's not that big crack like in the Liberty Bell. It's the little ones that, you get in fine china, because we are fragile. They're the hairline fractures that you don't notice and you don't give credence to because they're only slightly uncomfortable. They only hurt a little bit. It's not like it broke. But eventually it does. Eventually you can't function because that hairline fracture has deteriorated the joint and everything else. It has reduced your functionality. And it's more permanent and more harmful than if your bone was to completely cleanly break. It's the little things. It's the little things that make you happy, and it's the little things that destroy you. It's the inconsideration. It's the fact that somebody just, they don't think they're doing something wrong, and yet it guts you. You're like, how do I reconcile that? I don't know how to do that. I don't. I know, Ellie. I gotta go back. Ladies said, yeah, I'm rapidly approaching no nap time. I'm really upset about it. Oh God, that was the worst. Oh, because you said it's nap time around here, so I could sit for a spell. I know. That's one of the reasons why I switched times, because I know when your kid's nap time is. As selfish as that is for me, I'm like, oh, she'll be able to talk more because the kids will be down and she could just sit down with a, cig and a cup of coffee and just enjoy herself. But yeah, the no nap time, that killed me. That killed me when he started just not sleeping. Oh, it was like, don't you feel tired? Mommy's so tired. Like, you're too old for a nap time, but you're not old enough to take care of yourself, because I need a fucking nap time. I love naps. I never wanted to take a nap as a kid, and as an adult, they're the bomb, man. If you're like, hey, I think I want to take a nap. You want to take a nap? I absolutely. You want to take a nap? I am there with you. You want to watch a movie, you want to take a nap. Those are two things I'm always like, yep, sure, why not? Let's do it. It's great. Ellie said, I am now going to mom shame you. Okay. Shelly didn't read this. You deserve to love yourself and deserve to be loved by others. You're beautiful. You're funny. You're strong. You're important. Shelly didn't read this. Who are you talking to? You talking to Lady Awesome? Yes, she is. She is all those things. And so are you. And so is Mims. And so is Inya. Wait a minute, but you went cement shoes, Italian, owns a worn wooden spoon. I own like 8 wooden spoons, girl, because you never know. I can be lethal with those fucking wooden spoons. Those are vicious. I never hit my kids with the wooden spoons. Never, not once. I'm now gonna mom shame you. Shelly didn't read it. Girl, did you do that twice? Okay. You're funny. Lady Awesome said, I put that box in another box to ship it to myself, and when it arrives, I'll smash it with a hammer. Oh, I never saw The Emperor's New Groove. That's funny. Is that the one with the llama? Or whatever it is? Is that an alpaca, a llama, something like that? I forget. I don't know. I've never seen that. I'm not big on any of the cartoons anymore. Like any of the animated stuff, because they make me cry. I think the last thing I saw was, and it's very rare that I watch them, Encanto, because I wanted to hear the music, because I heard that the music was really good. And still, even parts of that were like, what? I don't watch animated things because they make me cry. Okay? There you go. You have it. They all make me cry. 3 times. I might post it until you believe it. You're cute. Listen, it's not that I'm totally down on myself, Ellie. I'm not. I mean, like I said, I got that 3% that's conceited as fuck. But I mean, day to day, when somebody does something that tells me, I'm just not enough. Like, if you look away and you're looking at something else all the time, bringing up, this one's hot, that one's hot, this is that, whatever, it wears on me. It does. Because it's never like, I don't want to talk about it. And my mom would sometimes use the spoon. Anya, we deserved it though. No, it would be a while. It would be while we were throwing down. Oh, you would fight with one another. My dad would beat some of our asses though. I was one of the kids he would. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a llama voiced by David Spade. Oh, that's funny. Can't no, I could totally picture him as a llama. Oh yeah. I could totally picture him as a llama. Did anybody see that like thing with him and oh, what the hell's the name of the guy who used to play the church lady on Saturday Night Live? They were going back and forth over, I think, a piano or whatever. But oh my God, it was hysterical. The Emperor's New Groove was one of my oldest kids' favorite movies. Yeah, I've never seen it. I think that fell in that time between children where Katie was out of the animation and Connor wasn't here yet. And Connor was never a movie kid, ever. He, to this day, he's not TV show or movie. He likes video games. He likes graphics. He likes creating stuff like that. He doesn't really watch any of the things that I watch. Like, he doesn't watch anything, really. He's very interactive. Like, he likes to do the whole creating new levels in video games. He does all that shit. And like, they have like, there's certain video games, like certain apps that are video games, and you can create your own levels in different programs and submit them to the man who, like, to the creator of that video game, and they will spotlight like their favorite level creation for like a week or whatever. And he's done that so many times, and he's been spotlighted like 3 or 4 times, I forget. And you would think, what the hell, like this? I mean, I could hear him screaming. I could vividly recall the screaming from at least the first time that he got spotlighted, because he was so goddamn proud of himself. And it was just so exciting for him and everything. And that's what he's into. He's not into TV shows and movies. It's so weird to me. He hates sitting down to watch a movie with me. Hates it. It's like the last thing in the world he wants to do, because, oh my God, I got to sit here and watch this for 2 hours. And you want me to be quiet? Yes, I want you to shut the fuck up and watch the movie. I don't need your running commentary. I really don't. Just shut up and let me watch the movie. I hate when people talk during movies. I really do. The occasional thing here and there, sure. But for the most part, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, and let me watch this movie. Let me just enjoy it. Jacob, I think I'll be watching that with my daughter soon. Been so long since I've seen it, and she never has. I remember it fondly, though. Maybe I'll have to watch it. I don't know. I'll write it down. Outpost! You missed your song a little while ago. I said I didn't want to play it because I played T-Rexes, and I know you don't like it, but then I needed the cheering up, so I played it. So bite me. At least you weren't here for it. Lady Odom, Eartha Kitt. She was perfect. Hello, darling. How are you? You are perfect. It is delicious. I remember her voice. Oh, good God. Yep, singer of Santa Baby and Catwoman in the Batman series. Yep. In the old Batman series, in the like pow, bang, zoom. Yeah. God, that was awesome TV. It was so campy. Lord. With them, they were always climbing up the side of a building. You know, I tried that shit outside in my yard. My grandmother saw this rope hanging from the fire escape outside the living room window, the dining room window. And she was like, what the hell? She comes out, and I had climbed onto the roof, tied this rope, and made it hang down the side of the building so that I could start on the ground floor and like try to walk up the building. She had a fit. Oh my goodness, she had a fit. Still kept trying though. I used to climb like a freaking monkey. Oh my God, I'd be on the roof. I'd be the fire escape to fire escape. I had no fear when I was little of falling. I'd fear the ocean after Jaws, but of falling, no. I was always climbing something. Climbing over fences, climbing trees, climbing onto rooftops. Didn't matter. My grandfather used to laugh because he'd be like, something went up on the roof. Go get the ladder. Michelle will go up. And right up the ladder and go get it. And the guys were like, Like, is that safe? No, not really. Not really, but she's tiny. She'll be fine. She's not gonna come through the roof like the rest of you, Chagunda sons of bitches. But yeah, no, I had no fear. My son dislikes it too. He dislikes anything Disney. I dislike anything that's gonna make me overly emotional. I don't watch anything emotional at all. It's been years. That's why I don't watch rom-coms, because they're lying sacks of shit. I don't watch chick flicks because, again, lying, overly emotional, you're going to make me cry and feel bad about my life kind of bullshit. Anything that's going to evoke strong emotions in me, I don't watch. I just don't. Outpost nerd, a kid just ran by when Shelly dropped that fuck. Well, I'm not in school, so I gotta drop all the F-bombs I want. Elephant, my kids don't like cartoons. They think it's for babies. I mean, I watched Moana with my kids in class because I had to. Because unfortunately that's what they picked for pajama day, and I was like, fuck, now I gotta watch this crap. And I didn't know what it was about. And I'm sitting there with my friend Vic, and he's like, "You've never seen this?" No, I never saw it. He's like, "Oh boy." He got up, went and got me water and a box of tissues. And I was like, "Are you serious?" And he was like, "I'm here for you, babe." Like, it's fine. And he sat next to me and he held my hand through the hardest part of the movie, because my kids are all watching. We're in the gym. I have 8 kindergarten classes, all eating popcorn on the floor, doing whatever, and they're watching Moana on this big projection screen. And all of a sudden he reached over and he takes my hand, and I was like, "What?" And he was like, I'm just trying to just watch the movie." He had no words, because you could see on his face he was concerned. And I was like, why is he so whatever? So I'm watching, and of course it's when the grandmother dies. And you see the huge stingray, appear and jump through the water. And I was fucking useless. He made me get up. He literally picked me up and dragged me into his office and was like, "All right, let it out. I got the kids. You just sit here and you just cry all you want." Because I hate it. Once you trigger that emotional response for me, I can't always stop it. So I don't like it. I don't want to trigger the emotions because I don't know what kind of floodgate that's going to open. And I'm not always, free with my time. Sometimes I have shit I have to do, especially then. So it was just I was destroyed. And then I come out and I'm all pulled back together, and she gets that goddamn song at the end, and she does the whole, "I know who you are." Oh, that was it. It was like, go. That was it. He was like, "This is because you hold shit in for so long." He was like, "And you're always, you got to be tough. You got to be strong. You got to be this. You won't show any emotion." He was like, and then somebody puts a little prick in that balloon and you just explode. And I'm like, well, pricks always do it for me. But yeah, so I don't watch emotional shit because I don't want to open those floodgates. I really don't. Well, he'll watch the animal documentaries on Disney Plus, but that's all. I like that Dr. Paul, the vet. That's interesting. Some of it is gross, but that's interesting. I like watching that show. And there's so many episodes of it. Lady Awesome. Yes, Shelly loved that Batman series. I sure did. I dressed up as whatchamacallit? What the hell was her name? Batgirl. Oh my god, I dressed up as her all the time. I had so many Batgirl costumes. I loved her. I loved her motorcycle, everything. It was great. Commissioner Gordon's daughter? Oh, forget it. I just watched Fried Green Tomatoes. Oh, that was such a good movie. Such a good movie. Makes me cry in multiple places. I can't watch it anymore. But I do love Tawana. And she's like, face it, lady, we're younger and we're faster. And she's just like, I'm older and I have more insurance. That's right, Kathy Bates. You fucking tell them. Shit. Don't fuck with me. I'm older and I don't give a crap. When she did the saran wrap thing, I was dead. I was dead. And her poor husband, he was just like, I don't get what's going on. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What's wrong is she's been there for you the whole time and you haven't seen her. What does it take to not look at somebody else, to not bring up somebody else, to always like, don't praise other people. Praise her a little bit. Boost her up a little bit. Hey, honey, this dinner was delicious. Thank you. Or, oh, hey, why don't you come sit by me for a little bit? How's everything going? How you feeling? How you feeling, girl? You good? You happy? Test the waters. Don't make her feel like she's there to serve you and that's her only fucking like mission in life, that she's supposed to feel privileged for waiting on you hand and foot and loving you and always boosting you. Like, give back a little bit. Yeah, it's uncomfortable for you. So the fuck what? I swear these dudes out there, they think that we're just naturally like, I just want to do all this stuff and it's just so easy. It's not. It's a risk. To me, every time I put my hand out to anybody to help or to make them feel better, it's a risk. There's always that risk that I'm going to get smacked or I'm going to have to pay for it later, or I'm putting my energy into somebody who's going to fuck me over later. That happens more than I like. I'm there accepting everything that this person is throwing at me. Yet if I make a misstep, I'm a bad person. I only get that one fuck up. I hate that. It makes me want to retreat. It does. I don't see how to combat that. I really don't. I mean, I eventually figure I'll eventually figure it out, but that doesn't help me right now. Lady Awesome, I've been watching the Jetsons lately. See, I don't watch the Jetsons because it makes me mad that we don't have that yet. We should have had all that shit by now. Where is my Rosie to do my goddamn laundry and clean up and make me a decent dinner? Do you know what I had the other day, what my kids decided was sufficient? Toast. They gave me toast. 2 pieces of old ass, over dried, under buttered toast. That's what they fed me all day. And every time I asked them for something, I had to hear a whole song and a dance and how they're busy. And, I really need to, can't you just order something? Like money just grows on trees. So that the toast was all I ate that day. That's what I had. And then they wonder why I'm mad. Why I feel like so like down sometimes. Maybe because I sacrificed everything to give you all everything you ever wanted or needed. And when I need the help, you're like, I'm busy. Here's a piece of toast. Go off in your corner and drop dead or whatever. That's what it feels like. They're like, we didn't say that. You don't have to say it. That's what you're telling me with your actions. Oh, you're so sensitive. Oh, okay. Again, it's my fault. All right. My mother always friggin' sowing seeds of discontent. Seeds of doubt, because I'm not worth anything. So obviously when people, care about me, they have to have ulterior motives. They have to be scheming to get something. I'm just too stupid to see it. I'm too needy to see the truth. She actually told me that the other day. She was like, you're too desperate to be loved to see the truth in people. Thanks, Ma. Maybe I wouldn't be so needy to be loved had you loved me, then or now. Anytime would be great. And yeah, it was on Netflix and I couldn't help it. I used to identify with the younger stories. way different now that I'm older. Mm-hmm. You've never seen Fried Green Spaghetti? I think you would enjoy it. I really do. It was a really well done movie. It is one of my favorites. I just can't watch it right now. And yeah, we loved it as kids and would yell, "Beat it, yo, bitch!" at TV. Never bleeped that. I watched Moana with the wife and kiddo for the first time recently. Not half bad for a rather decent Disney flick. Probably the last one before they went totally commie. Yeah. I mean, the premise of the story was really good and everything, and I just love the graphics. But I could have done without all the emotional manipulation. I really could have. And yeah, I tend to lean toward comedies or action suspense. Girl, same. Even the comedies get on my nerves because they always work in some kind of fucking emotional angle or whatever. And it's just, I'm so fucking done. I really enjoy like action, sci-fi, stuff like that, because none of that tugs at my heartstrings really. And if it does, it's only a little. But every once in a while, I like the sobby things, not often. If I know that I have like 2-3 days ahead of me where nobody expects me to do anything, like nobody's dependent on me, I could do the sobby thing. I can. And sometimes I'll do it on purpose. Like there are certain sobby things that I know I'm going to cry every single time, but it's not like emotional crying. It's just kind of reaction crying. I'll be honest. The first time I watched Hamilton, the thing with Philip destroyed me because all I could see was my son. And it gutted me. So I watched it again and I watched it again and I watched it again and again and again. And I still cry at that part. I still cry at the ending too, but not the way I did. I've become desensitized to it, but it's because I didn't want to not love Hamilton. I loved it, but then I got to that part that I was like, see, they always do this shit to me. Like I can't watch this shit. And I didn't want to give it up. So I went through like exposure therapy. I literally just bombarded myself with it. And I'm, of course, now the whole goddamn soundtrack is memorized, but I got through it. I have the hiccups. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm trying not to show that I have really bad hiccups. They're not like the throaty hiccups. They're like deep, like at the bottom of my sternum. And they hurt. Dear God, they hurt. I don't watch comedy movies, but I will watch stand-up comedians. If I really need a quick pick-me-up, it's either Matt Rife, Kevin Hart, or Jeff Dunham. Jeff Fafa. Dunham. Tom. Because I am Peanut. If you were to take Ahmed, Peanut, and Walter and put them all together, you have me. Like those are each, like you got that crotchety old man who's like full of like really wise ass nasty, like commentary, who just hates life and everything in general. Is just leave me the fuck alone. That's part me. You have Peanut, who thrives on being happy and annoying, who wants to be in your face and be like, am I pissing you off? Jeff, am I pissing you off? Like pointing out things that other people are like oblivious to, but that are there. Like you find the funny. That's what Peanut does. And then you have Ahmed, who's just like, oh, did I do that? And then gets mad. Like that's just me. Like I'm very like, cook your ass, I swear to God. And I go off and do my own little thing. But yeah, no, I love those goddamn puppets. Oh my goodness. I love them. But Peanut is my favorite. I am definitely very much like, I'm that like, what you doing? 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 Like, I am very much like Peanut. I identify with Peanut. And I hate that word, but I mean, I do. I can relate to him. He is definitely one of my many spirit animals. If there was a person that I had to like relate to the most as far as personality and like how like funny but annoying they are, it would have been Robin Williams, without a doubt. I learned most of my humor from him. That was the natural way for me to go. Very honest, but like you say all the things that everybody's like, oh, like I can't believe you went there. Why? Somebody had to. Like, shit is funny. You're not just gonna leave funny sitting in a bucket. Bring that bitch out and use it. I need comedies because life needs laughter. Absolutely. Absolutely. But like I said, I like stand-up comedy a lot more than I like comedic movies. I don't want to sit there and follow your plot and your bullshit and your underlying messages and whatever. Like, I just want to laugh. I don't care if they're off-color jokes. I don't care if they're inappropriate. In fact, the more offensive, the funnier they freaking are. Oh my God. Just be honest in your humor. Chris Rock with his like bigger and blacker and stuff like that. Those were hilarious. When he was talking about the girl giving like, he was like, there are girls out there who don't give blowjobs. Like, damn, you like a damn Betamax. They still make you? Like, and then he's like, there's a second class of female who's just like, lick, okay, you good. And then there's the other ones who just go at it like it's got the cure cancer inside. That'd be me. I don't see the point in not doing what I enjoy. I enjoy that. Fuck you, you don't like it. Like, I don't care. I've had so many females be like, oh my God, that's disgusting. To you, that's disgusting. And guess what? If you ain't doing that to your man, you know what? Somebody else will. And he will eventually go looking. He will. That doesn't mean you have to like cater to every fucking need. But I mean, that, I'm not going to be shamed because I like that, please. Mm-mm-mm. And that's what makes the world a happy, happy place. I watch the sappy stuff when I have a scheduled crying session. I love that you schedule your crying sessions, lady. That tickles me like you can't believe. You just can't. Tawanda! Yes, Tawanda. And Kathy Bates was so funny in that movie. So adorable. I mean, even in like, what was it? American Horror Stories. She played some funny fucking roles. Like, her roles are like hardcore, but she had a lot of funny lines. Like, there's certain things that she did that, like, I don't know, they were just so Kathy Bates, and it was just so cute. Like, when she was just a head or whatever, like when they were making her watch the Roots and everything else, and they're telling her all about the world, and she's like, lies. I walked her up for like a month. I just walk around the goddamn school, somebody say something, go, lies. I think she's super fucking funny. Her in Disjointed. If you haven't seen Disjointed on Netflix, you must. There's only 2 very short seasons. She runs a pot shop. She's a huge pothead like a weed activist and everything. Hilarious. And she is like on the money every single joke. That show would have never worked without her. Like, she is hilarious. She's like, yeah, she's talking to her son or whatever, and he gets all upset and storms off. Meanwhile, when she was listening to him, she's hitting the vape. And she was like, oh, I should go after him. God damn it, I can't move. And it's just like, I've been there. I'm like, all right, go ahead. I'm listening. And now I'm high as fuck. I don't care. Like, I can't get up because I can't feel my legs and I can't feel my arms. I am literally into couch. Like, that's where I'm at. I'm not going to be effective at all. But she makes it hilarious. So, I mean, I really do recommend that. That was a funny freaking series. I did not expect that to be funny. I dressed up as Wonder Woman. Linda Evans is the only Wonder Woman to me. I told you I got her autographed picture. It's actually 2 feet away from me. That's one of my most prized possessions because it was just, I was so happy because I loved her. Yeah, she's the only Wonder Woman. She is the only Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman! But oh my God. I mean, who didn't do that twirl? I know y'all did it. You put your arms out and did a dee, like that dainty twirl round and round and round. Made yourself dizzy as fuck and was like, where's my costume? God damn it. Who didn't want that friggin' lasso of truth? The only thing I didn't want was the invisible plane because you know me, I'd forget where I put it. I would never find it again. Be like, oh, or I'd walk face first into it like Willy Wonka. Moana will make me bawl, Jacob. I love that movie. It reminds me of my grandma. Yep. That's what did it. As soon as the grandmother passed away, because I loved the little, like, when she was little and the wave came along and like the way the water interacted with her and everything. It was so cute. And then they go and hit me with this bullshit. And I'm like, really? Like I literally felt like somebody ripped open my guts. It was so bad. So bad. And that ending where you have like this horrible monster that everybody's afraid of and it's killing the world and spreading negativity and darkness, all because someone, you know, betrayed her and stole her heart. You know, that resonated. And somebody caring enough to be brave and approach this aggressive, intimidating, scary, you know, being just to put their heart back, just to heal them. Oh, that broke me. Because I don't, let's just say I can relate. You know? You get to that point where you just live your life without your heart. Because it's so broken and so fragile. You can't show it to anybody. So you become super angry and super aggressive and super abrasive. And it's really hard to find people who are brave enough to walk right up to you and be like, I know who you really are. Like, I see who you really are. You know, let me care enough to give that back to you. I haven't encountered people like that in my life. Before. Coco is a movie that makes me cry. I've never seen Coco. One of the teachers saw it and said that it made her cry, and she's like the most emotionalist person I know. And I was like, well, if it makes you, I ain't watching that shit. Nope. Anything with animals, I won't watch. Nope. No, you ain't getting me. Because that's the way to get to me. I could give a fuck half the time when I see things happen to like human characters or whatever. I'm like, oh yeah, I feel bad, but whatever. But an animal character, oh, like nope. You might as well just lay my heart on the ground and just do like the Dotandell on top of it. And for those who don't know what the Dotandell is, it's the tarantella. That's how America say it. The tarantella. It's the Dotandell, but it's an Italian dance. That one. And it's very fast paced and it's very, very much a group activity. Like it's choreographed and everything. Like you gotta know what the fuck you're doing or else you're gonna fall. Somebody's gonna trip you, push you over, whatever. But it's tradition. It's a traditional dance that we have. I don't know. The air fryer is pretty close to the Jetsons. I do love my air fryer. I really do. I asked my daughter what kind of witchcraft is happening with an air fryer the other day. I love them. I really do. You can make the perfect grilled cheese in an air fryer. Easy as shit. And you don't have to watch it. It doesn't burn on one side. You put the, 2 pieces of bread. You spray one side of each with like the Pam or whatever. You put the first piece of bread, you put a couple slices of cheese, put the second piece of bread, you put that in at like 350 for like 3 minutes. Flip it over if you want to. You don't have to. Flip it over another 3 minutes, and you have the perfect grilled cheese. It is gorgeous. And I could do them 4 at a time in my air fryer. My kids, they're like, how come ours don't come out like yours? Because you don't pay attention. Like, attention to detail. Make sure that everything is nice, take a little time. And you said, I feel like that's how I am sometimes, scared that someone just has an ulterior motive or would fuck me over first chance they get. I probably just stay way into my own head. Well, it's your way of protecting yourself. You've gotten to that point, not out of nowhere. You've gotten to that point because that's how it's been in the past. You have been conditioned and trained to expect that kind of reaction or that kind of reprisal all the time. People have not proven to you that they're out just to love you. They're always out to fuck you over. So when you do come across people who aren't out to fuck you over, 1, it's hard to believe in them. 2, you set high expectations on them, more pressure than they really deserve. Because, oh my God, you think it's like you found a unicorn. No, you just found a decent person. They're still going to fuck up and make mistakes, but they're not doing it on purpose. They're not malicious in their intentions. That doesn't make them, like successful in their intentions. Like sometimes you set out to do one thing and something else happens and you're like, oh, I fucked up. But now that person, that's all they remember. And they've been expecting it all along. So like they're quick to jump on it. And so it means a lot more than it should to them because they've been anticipating this blow to the relationship. They've been expecting you to somehow betray them. And the minute it looks like you slightly do, even by accident, which we all make, we all make accidents, we all make mistakes. That's what they're going to cling to because their brain just said, see, look, evidence proves our theory. Again, we search out and wait for evidence to prove our theory rather than, examining evidence as we go along and then drawing a conclusion or a theory. We have the theory in our head and then we just spend all that time looking for the evidence that we need to back it up. And you'll find it every time because people are fallible. They make mistakes. You make mistakes. But when you're face to face with that kind of a thing, it's easy to say, see, I knew it, and then blame yourself for ever trusting anybody. Because ultimately, when you have no self-esteem, everything is your fault anyway. You don't look at people and say, oh, they betrayed me because they're broken and they aren't able to love. You turn around and you internalize that and say, oh, they betrayed me because I'm unlovable. You don't say, oh, they're a using son of a bitch because that's who they are. You turn around and say, they're using son of a bitch and picked on me because I'm weak. They think I'm weak and they knew they could take advantage of me because they see that I'm nothing, because obviously I'm nothing. You see how we twist it around on ourselves? I'm aware that I do it. I can't stop myself from doing it. I try to take a step back now and go, no, let's not be emotional right now. Let's look at this logically. You are making shit worse in your head, Michelle. You are literally making yourself suffer. Stop it. Because then at some point I go, okay, well, if this does happen, is it the end of the world? I mean, I existed before this. I'll exist after. The thing is, I don't want to exist anymore. I want to live. You know, I want a life. I don't have a life anymore. My life is gone. Everything I was, everything I could do, it's gone. And I don't like where I am in this world. I don't like where I am in this existence. Days bleed into one another. Years, months are passing, years are passing, and they're passing rapidly. And I'm doing nothing with them because there's nothing for me to do. I've given up on so many levels, in so many ways. And I fight. I do fight. I fight to be better. I fight to be more in this world, in people's lives. And I lose a lot. It's rough. It is very rough to get past that mindset where you destroy yourself. The overthinking and the overanalyzing, you turn it on yourself and you do it, and we never let logic get in the way or facts. You know? We're determined to see what we thought we were going to see. We're determined to see the negative, to prove that we were right, that everybody's out to hurt us, that we're crap. You know, there's a reason why we're okay with the scraps. Because we're afraid to push for more. Oh, if I ask for more, they're going to say I'm needy. They're going to say I'm too much work. They're going to say, you know, I'm a problem. Why can't I just make life be easy? You know, all those things. Why you got to be so sensitive? Well, I'm just not made that way, so I don't know what to tell you. Well, if you're not made that way, then you're not made for me. You know, I step out of my comfort zone. You can't do the same. That's somebody who's just accepted that your relationship is what it is, and now they're lazy about it. They're too comfortable in it. They don't feel like they have to, you know, put forth any effort. Yeah, relationships could be easy. Friendships could be easy. But that doesn't mean they don't require some work. You know, they require, you know, consistency. They require, I don't know, consideration. As abrasive and like caustic as I could be, I do try to be considerate of people's insecurities. You know, the real raw patches. Sometimes I'll use humor or tease them out of it so that I desensitize them because I think they need it. But most of the time, I just avoid those areas and I try to put a positive spin on it. You know, if somebody swears they're not attractive, I will point out all the different ways that they are attractive. Every time. You know, if they think they're a waste of space, I will go and prove to them. I will tell them all the different ways I see them having an impact on other people's lives, on how necessary they are. None of it is untrue, but they're things that they're not going to look at because it doesn't fit their self-destructive narrative that they're going down. You can't have the pity party if somebody takes away all your, you know, like ammunition. People do like to have pity parties. I used to sit and have a pity party all the fucking time. Why? Because I felt like that's what I deserved. I didn't need it. I felt like I deserved it. If I was honest with myself. You know, if I felt down. Nothing you said or did, no logic in the world was going to get in the way of me achieving that severe depression and staying there. Because the only person I was hurting was me. Or so I thought. When you're stuck inside your head and you're overthinking, you're not just hurting you. You're hurting all those people who are going to have to like deal with your bad attitude or deal with your absence. They don't get to benefit from your smile. They don't get to benefit from the love that you know you want to give them, but the love is now tainted by you being unloving toward yourself, being miserable with yourself. All these things tie in together and it becomes like cyclical. It becomes a cycle that you put yourself in that's really, really hard to break. It's a habit. Habits are extremely difficult. They're difficult to deal with. They're difficult to get rid of. And the same method doesn't work for every person. So it's very frustrating. I think overthinking is probably the most destructive thing about me. It is the most self-destructive thing. Because my mind will literally bring out 40-year-old memories just to prove a point. It'll make links and it'll string people together and make little groups, and like it's like a PowerPoint thing. Like it's just I'm sitting there going, yeah, this and then that and then that, and god damn it. And okay, if I click on that, then all this shit pops up. And hey, I didn't see that connected to that. And yeah, I guess those two things could be related. And oh yeah, there's more evidence and more data and more evidence and more data. That's the thing. Give me data or I will fill in the blanks myself. And most of the stuff that I'm going to fill in is going to be negative. Let's face it. It's going to be negative. So how do you fix that? I mean, I told you some of the ways that I got like Spanky and other people to fix their shit, but I don't know how to do it myself other than to step back and just be like, you know what? I'm just going to disengage for a while. And then I beat myself up for a couple days and I cry and I just get lower than low. And then I break and I come back like nothing was wrong. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everybody's fine. You fine? I'm fine. I'm fine. Fine. Like I said, meanwhile, I'm sitting here with my hair on fire. I'm fine. Totally fine. Don't worry about it. No, I meant for this to happen. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just, I'm just melting underneath it, but that's fine. And last I know, a bit unrelated, my son, why do you like football, Mom? Well, because we had one TV and nobody had internet. We watched one TV together and all you had was 4 channels and it's tradition. I mean, I grew up on Barney Miller and MASH. Okay. Like it was literally All in the Family, The Jeffersons, MASH, Barney Miller. I hated cop shows, hated hospital shows, hated any of those fucking kind of like really involved. Of course, I love them now, but like then, no, I don't want to. Like, this is so boring. What do I care about Barney Miller and the police precinct? That does nothing. What do I care about MASH? All in the Family was funny, so I mean, I got to watch that. That was great. Plus, it reminded me of my family. But like all the rest of it was like, oh, why do I have to watch this crap? Why? Because I was a child and you sat there and shut the fuck up. They didn't care what you wanted to watch. The person who paid the bills, that's who had control of the TV. And to add insult to injury, in order to change the channel, they would make you go put on the show that you didn't want to watch that they wanted to watch because they weren't getting up. I don't ever remember my grandparents getting up to answer a phone, answer a door, or change a channel. Ever. That's what I was there for. Oh, Michelle, go do this. Michelle, go get me this. Michelle, go get me that. My kids would never put up with that. That's how spoiled they are. They could literally be right in front of me. Can you refill my water? Ugh, I'm in the middle of something. You're literally standing in front of me doing nothing. Are you kidding? You're in the middle of something. You want to be in the middle of something? How about the middle of a coffin? Because I'm about to kill you. Like, just do what I need you to do. It's not that big a fucking deal. But apparently it is. See, as a kid, my time was not my own. I didn't get to dictate what I did. The adults told me what to do, and I did it. I didn't have, me time. That was, no. And privacy? My grandmother opened my mail till the day she died. She found out some very disturbing things opening my mail, but that's what you get. If you're going to be nosy, be prepared for what you find. Yeah, the air fryer was pretty good. Pretty dang cool. And the Instant Pot. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Katie loves the rice cooker. Best investment I ever got because she loves rice. She's always loved rice. But yeah, I like listening to Dr. Bar. It's clean comedy. I don't know who that is. I'll have to look that up. I like listening to Dry Bar. Oh, all right. There you go. I'm like Dr. Bar. Got his pub. Damn, you still going, Shelly, over here with the stamina of a porn star? Yeah, only I don't need a fluffer. Speaking of porn stars, did anybody see that a certain superhero Ukraine wearing idiot finished his studio? It looks terrible. He put the brick up himself. It's all dripping like cum out of an asshole. And it's just gross. And then the back where the garage doors are, he just has like a tarp hanging that has bricks on it. Very Farron-like. But yeah, no, I'm like, dude, like if I was your wife, I'd be worried. You're surrounded by all these toys. That's some Arrested Development right there. Like there's something not right about you, but whatever. To each his own, I guess. I like the Dry Bar comedy. LA. There's this older guy. I can't remember his name. I have to look that up because I don't know what that is. I'll find. I'm awake. Time for me to go do my to-do list. Oh crap. The last comedian I went and saw live was Jerry Seinfeld. I can't remember the last comedian I went and saw. It's been a long time. And yeah, I might have 30 minutes. Then I'll have to do this paperwork. Got to go get people paid. Go get stuff done. Have a good one, Ellie. Rabbit, there you are. You're back from errands. I just said before that I missed you, and I hope you're doing well. Ellie, fine. Have a good day. Have a good day, Ellie. I know I'm behind in chat. Whatever. You know I go off on my little tangents. I wish I had the fortitude to schedule crying. I mean, at this point, I'd have to schedule it like 8 times a day. I've been crying off and on since 1:30 a.m. Oh, and yeah. Oh, if I could booby hug you, I totally would. Because I have a feeling it would just make you laugh. Thank you, Mims. It's going to be okay, though. I feel better, and I haven't even heard everything Shelly said. Well, we ranted about Texas and the border for a while, so... You know damn well my moods fluctuate throughout the entire broadcast. The 1 minute I'm up, the next minute I'm down. You never know. Today was just a very slow day, and my brain is going in so many different directions. And yeah, oh nice. Man, she's gorgeous. Who's gorgeous? Who gorgeous? Who's gorgeous? How are you doing, Rabbit? Rabbit. I have to be all happy when I talk to my baby, then fall apart when she don't see her here. Yeah, I do that. With Katie especially, I used to do that. Put on the brave face and be all upbeat and yeah, whatever. And then as soon as she like toddle away or crawl away or whatever, I'd just break down and be good for fucking nothing. Rabbit's trying to quit smoking. Oh my goodness. She said trying to quit smoking because I'm a mess. Good luck. Good luck. It's the worst. It really is. It's so weird because when I go into the hospital, I could be in there for 2 weeks and not miss one friggin' bit about smoking. Not have anything, no vape, no nothing. And then the minute I get home, it's like, where are my cigarettes? Where are my cigarettes? Where are my cigarettes? I think it's just the fact that I'm locked up in this goddamn apartment. It's me just trying to kill myself slowly. Sometimes just knowing someone is there believing in you makes all difference. Yeah, Mimsy, you're right. You're right. It just, for me, sometimes it's added stress because I don't want to mess up. I wish you luck, Rabbit, on the quitting smoking. The problem with quitting smoking is you usually try to put something else in your mouth. So like get a straw or something. Don't fall for the whole overeating thing. Because that's terrible. My friend Patty Ann, when she quit, she started with sunflower seeds because she thought that would help. Well, yeah, it helped. It helped her get edema because all the salt made her retain water. And then she just, after that, she was just, I don't know why I'm gaining weight. You don't know why? Girl, I have not seen you without putting something in your mouth for months. You're like, you go to the baseball thing where you used to smoke like on the sidewalk. Now you're hot dogs, hamburgers, churros, pretzels, anything that you can munch all the time. Something with the hand motion that you would have to take little bits and eat it like that. Like it was just nonstop. And I was like, this girl, like you ate like $40 worth of food in the last like 2 hours. We're only here to see a little league game. Stop. Oh my God. She couldn't. And she was like, oh, my stomach hurts. Gee, I don't know. Maybe because you ate 20 pounds of fucking food in one sitting. And like, girl, I can't. And she was like, I was better off smoking. I was like, judging by your cholesterol right now, yeah, you were. You were better off smoking. It was horrible. She was like, now I quit smoking. Now I got to quit eating. I'm like, I know. It never stops. So, like, they take away all the fun stuff. But yeah, she put on a lot. Like a lot. She was always like this little skinny malink. And like, she just, woo. And I'm not talking about like 20, even 25. I'm talking like 100 pounds. Like, and it literally crept up on her. Because she was just like, oh, I'm just a little uncomfortable. Then I was like, oh, I'm going to switch from jeans to yoga pants. That was her undoing. Going from jeans to yoga pants and sweats. Because jeans are not forgiving. I don't give a shit how stretchy they are. They will tell you about yourself. Yoga pants and sweatpants, you could do anything. It doesn't matter. Once she switched to those, I was like, oh, yeah, she's toast. I was like, there's no way. I tried telling her to be like, and she was just like, she turned that shit on me so quick. She was so mad. I was like, you know what? Fine. Fuck you. When you need 2 seats to sit at the game, then talk to me. But she even said that. She was like, I think these seats are getting smaller. No, bitch, your ass is getting bigger. Stop. Where are these people getting these mirrors from? I mean, I am no raging fucking beauty, but I know what I look like for the most part. But there are women who go out, men too. I swear they have funhouse mirrors that lie to them in their houses. Like there was one chick that I was sitting with my mother in front of City Hall. We were having lunch. We were both smoking a cigarette. And this girl crossed the street in front of us. And I literally just froze. And my mother was like, what? I said, look at that. And she looked down. This girl was wearing like black spandex shorts. Should not have been wearing shorts. That were about 10 sizes too small. They were so stretched, you could hear the seams crying for help. And I was like, I can literally see the flowers on her underwear from over here. And she was like, oh my God, yeah, you can. I was like, I really want this train wreck to turn around so I can see the front of her. Because if the back of her looks this bad, I can't even imagine the front. And sure enough, because God is like, oh, you want to make fun of somebody? Here you go. Like he turned her ass around. She looked at me and I was like, why do I feel, number one, like She knows what I said. And two, was she in a moving vehicle when she put that makeup on? It was all over the place. I said, she looks like a clown. Who convinced her with that fro hair? Like, her hair was all frizzy and everything. And she had like red lipstick on, and you could see it was all over like her teeth, and like her eye makeup had like worn its way down in the heat because, you know, she's big and it was hot, whatever. And so it just like melted down her face. And I'm looking, going, does she not own a regular mirror? And I told my mother, I said, she's got I have one of those fun house mirrors, the kind that are like, they're distorted, and when you stand in front of it, it makes you look good. That's got to be the reason, because there's no fucking way she passed a reflective surface and said, yeah, I look good. There's no way. There's no way. I can see her underwear, and those are too tight too. Like, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I can't. I can't. I don't know. But I do. I think they have fun house mirrors. I got Moana's grandma's lines down to a T. He's my son. I don't have to tell him anything. I'm going to come as one of these or choose the wrong tattoo. There you go. I'm going to come back as one of these or I chose the wrong tattoo. Yep. That movie just made me cry. I just bawled my eyes out. Most of it I sang. It's like, you know, because the songs are like catchy. But no, the grandma part and the part at the end, I cry like a bitch. And yeah, I'm sorry, Rabbit. I know your grandbaby can feel your love. And I tried to quit smoking. I will eventually try again. I hope you're able to keep up with it. Yep. The hardest thing, I swear to God. It's especially hard when your life is super stressful and all you want is the comfort of that cigarette. Speaking of which, but whatever. I did promise to quit soon. Financially speaking, I have to, because this is killing me. I'm literally not buying myself other things so that I can have cigarettes. Got us Rob. I know we did that. Mimsy said, "Oh, that's tough, Rabbit. I feel for you." Yeah, it really is. What did you put in your air fryer? Sorry, I missed it. They didn't say what they put in their air fryer. I put grilled cheese, but like my son cooks everything in there. He takes, like if we get takeout or whatever, like say he goes to McDonald's and brings back French fries. Now, you know, McDonald's French fries, they don't come out the same in the oven. They don't come out the same in the microwave. Once they go cold, they're pretty much crap. But in the air fryer, oh my God, they're just like they are from McDonald's. They're so good. So good. I don't know. It just recooks, like it cooks them to perfect crispiness. Hot Pockets, amazing in the air fryer. Totino's pizza rolls, amazing in the fryer. Any kind of like handheld, like those little snacks and stuff, he throws them in there and they come out phenomenal. He made me fish sticks the other day because I wanted fish sticks. And in the oven, you have to like turn them and everything else. And sometimes they're still mushy. And it takes so long. Not in the air fryer. He put those in. He did, and they were super crispy. They were amazing. And they were still like nice and like wet on the inside. They weren't dried out. So yeah, we love our air fryer. We do. This is like the third one I've had. Because he uses it so much, he literally breaks the shit out of it. I don't like the burnt plastic smell that the air fryer. It's when it's cooking stuff. You gotta check the filter that you have. Like, make sure that there's nothing like that grease or something didn't leak into there. Because we had one that had that smell, but then the other two didn't make that smell. This one doesn't make that smell for some reason. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, have you tried nicotine replacements, Rabbit? Yeah. You can get them usually through your state or through your healthcare for free. And I did. I kept up with it for a while. Yeah, I put grilled cheese in it, Mims. Oh, so good. So good. I have y'all muted, but I hate air fryers. I donated mine because I hate them that much. Aw. I love mine. And yeah, my air fryer doesn't seem to have that smell, or maybe my nose is broken. Yeah, that could be it too. But no, I smelled it before. I just didn't smell it with the other two. Oh, rabbits using patches. The patches did work really well, except that I had to put them in, not on my arm, I had to put them on my ass because the adhesive makes me break out. I know. They have a lot of latex, all the ones that they've given me. I like mine to heat stuff up. Mm-hmm. I use the toaster oven or a convection oven. I don't have that kind of counter space. And I don't trust these kids with like that much heat. The air fryer keeps my fire possibilities to a minimum. Like I said, Katie set 2 friggin' microwaves on fire. And if I'm that froggy, the stove. I mean, the stove, I can't stand there and just do stuff. I have my little George Foreman grill that I keep next to me. Do you know my daughter tried to give me expired eggs the other day and didn't tell me they were expired? It stuck to the shell when I opened the shell. And I was like, Kate, what's the expiration? June. It was from June. Okay. And she wanted me to eat them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was like, are you trying to kill me? And then Connor was just so livid because that's Katie's like one job. Get rid of the expired shit in the refrigerator. So I don't go in there and grab stuff and worry, you know, what's the date or whatever. If I go to the refrigerator, I expect everything in there to be viable, something that I could cook with or eat or whatever. Because I don't have a lot of time that I could spend on my feet. That kitchen floor kills me. It kills my back. And June, not even January, June. And she was like, what? Are they too old? Too old. Like, literally, I could have gotten pregnant then and had a baby by now. Like, I just, yeah, the eggs are old, Kate. It's like, whatever. It may sound weird, Rabbit, but will a straw or something like a glue stick? A glue stick? Help with the hands. Ellie, sorry, had to call the vet. One of our dogs has something going on with her eye. Aw. I mean, a glue stick only helps when you're talking to stupid people. You give it to them to use like chapstick. Mimsy, I don't eat much, but sometimes buy frozen chicken thingies to air fry. Easier than the oven for me. Yeah. And then I don't have to worry about turning it off and what, because I forget. I just miss cooking. I hate being in that kitchen. I spend as little time in there as possible. The pierogies are good in the air fryer. Yes, they are. They come out super crispy, super crispy. Yeah, I can't buy and eat most processed food. It messes me up bad. Same, but I can't afford anything natural. So crap it is. I have a toaster convection over that air fryer, a rotisserie bit. Oh, nice. Our air fryer had the rotisserie thing. Connor actually made chicken wings in there. He had them on the skewers and they were just rotating. And he made them so quick and they were so good. And like all the fat dripped off into the pan. I don't know if I ever shared, but I have an autoimmune and autoinflammatory issues. And I am autoimmunosuppressed. Different foods trigger it badly, so I have to be careful with what I eat. No, you never did share that, but I mean, I can see that would be a huge fucking problem because you have to be like ever vigilant in what you eat. So you must be an avid label reader because that's what Connor is. I turned him into that because he's got the peanut allergy that they think is gone, but I'm like, I'm not willing to take that chance. So like, that's the first thing I taught him to do is to read labels. Same here. I have to be careful. Do you take turmeric? It's good for inflammatory. Yes, it is. With activated black pepper, activated by black pepper or whatever. I think I may have something like that going on, Ellie, but I hate doctors and the healthcare system here. Even people with insurance, it's crazy. Yep. All appointments are always 60 to 90 days out, and they do nothing. And if they do, you might wait a few years to get the answers you need. It's really nuts. Over here, they'll give you answers. They'll just make shit up and just medicate the shit out of you. That's what they did to me. They didn't want to address any of my issues. They just, here, medicine. I was like, great. Sometimes I just add it in my food memes. Nice. Rabbit. I make my own frozen dinners. I used to do that. I used to meal prep and freeze dinners like for weeks. I would make like 3 giant meals at once and divvy it up into like the deli containers. Like I don't buy Tupperware because fuck Tupperware, but I buy the deli containers. So you have like the half pound, you have the pound, and then you have like I guess it's like 3 pound or whatever. No, it's 2 pound. But they're airtight. They're really hard to spill. They stack and they don't take up a lot of room, and you could see what's in them. You could write on them. You could see what's in them. So yeah, I love those fucking things. But I used to use those to make meals for my kids. Like I'd have like a whole base of like mashed potatoes, and then I'd have like the layer of corn, and then I'd have like the layer of meat, and then like the layer of gravy. And so they could either cook it like that, or they could, like put it underwater and just get it to unstick from the sides and literally just lay it out on a plate or in a pan and heat it up. And I mean, he loved that shit. He used to love when I do that. I haven't done that in so long because I don't have space anymore. I don't, because everybody's always underfoot. So for me going in the kitchen, I can't get 4 or 5 hours to myself in the kitchen. I can't stand that long to begin with. And they don't leave me alone. It's like, just leave me the fuck alone. Let me cook. Oh, but I want I got to get in here. I got to get this. I got to get that. And then I'm just discouraged, and I don't want to cook anymore. I'm like, fuck it. You know what? Here, you're in here all the time. You do it. Well, I don't know how. Then get the hell out of my kitchen. Leave me alone. Let me do what I'm doing so that I could do this and have all these things for you. Oh, but I'm hungry now. It's winter is horrible for flare-ups. It is. It really is. My knees, you wouldn't believe how bad my knees are right now. I was wrapped up. I put compression bandages from my, like the tops, like my instep, all the way up my leg, almost to my hip bone. Because I just had to push the lymphatic liquid in a different direction. And I mean, I was peeing like the entire day. But it's just like, oh my God, it's because everything hurts. Everything is swollen. And the joints in my knees, like I was afraid that I was going to pop my kneecap out of place again. It finally snapped back into place. And like I could feel it like being pushed forward and to the side. And I was like, I can't do this again. Like I can't go through that pain. So yeah, I was wrapped up like a mummy. I couldn't even bend my legs. It was hilarious. My son was like, go ahead. Oh, brains. I was like, yeah, whatever. He calls me Frankenstein. It's like, thanks. Love you too. Yeah, lack of sunlight, eating poorly, and the stress. Yeah. It's just more sedentary. It really is. You're just more apt to want to just sit on your ass and take a nap or whatever than you are like, let me go outside and go for a walk. No, it's cold outside. I don't want to go outside. I need to get back to doing that for myself. I just got off the feeding tube IV bag that I was on for a year. So learning how to eat again is hard. Plus the energy to even cook. It takes a lot of energy to cook, but it does. You forget how to chew things. Yeah, wait, there's so many things that I'll eat that I'm just like, yeah, and I'm in a rush and I just swallow it whole. I mean, I know that's my raison d'etre, but things you're supposed to chew. And then I'm like, why does my stomach hurt? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you didn't chew up your food and now your stomach has to do all the work. So it's like your tummy is not happy with you. I have a lot of inflammation in my joints, skin, and scalp. My mom had fibromyalgia, and I wonder if I do too. It's so hard to diagnose that because doctors always think that most of it is psychosomatic. And you're like, no, this is real pain I'm feeling. Like, don't tell me it's in my head unless you can find out that it's actually in my head, like in my brain. And that was what the doctors kept telling me about, like the shoulder problems that I was having, about the tremors. They were like, oh, it's just nerves, it's anxiety. I was like, no, it's not. Like, the shaking is giving me anxiety, not the other way around. But they were trying to treat the anxiety, but that didn't do anything for the tremors. And they were like, well, you're stressed out, it's all in your head. No. Then they made me do the MRI, and they were like, oh shit, like, oh, you have bacteria in your head. That's what, like, it's attacking all these different things. I fucking told you that it was real. But I mean, it took me a year and a half to get them to even suggest that it could be something outside of me making shit up in my head. It's just like, no, these are not symptoms that are just, they're not phantom symptoms. They're not psychosomatic. They are physical symptoms in reaction to something else physically going on with me. Like, help me figure this out. Oh, but your test results, are those the only tests that are out there? Just the regular CBC? You think that's going to tell you everything? Because I don't think that at all. And then they ran the panel of like all the different diseases that had the symptoms that fit the symptoms that I was giving them. And it was, multiple sclerosis. It was lupus. It was syphilis, of all things, Lyme disease, and meningitis, viral meningitis. And they did the test, and it was Lyme disease. And they swore it was, if it's anything, it's going to be lupus. And it wasn't. And they were like, oh, well, we really thought it was lupus. Well, is lupus curable? No. Is Lyme disease curable? No. Then what's the difference? Well, we know more about lupus. Okay, that doesn't help me, though. So how about you learn more about Lyme? Are you incapable of learning? You went to school. Go back. Go back. Go figure it out. Go on the internet. Do something. Figure something out. Nope. No. Oh, no, you need an infectious disease doctor. Yeah, okay, good luck getting one of those. None of them want to take my insurance, and I can't afford them. Can't do it. I can't afford $300 a visit. Are you kidding? And that's without any testing, which would all be out of pocket? No. I said, and I understand I'm putting off seeing my dermatologist because when he sees my skin, he'll know my current meds aren't working and he'll suggest injectables or chemo meds. Yep. 1, I'm sorry about that. 2, all they do is they just medicate you. And, oh, this isn't working. Well, I'll change it around. I think my shrink isn't talking to me because I took myself off those meds. Because she was very insistent on putting me on anti-anxieties, even without, once she found out that I wasn't taking the psych meds anymore. And I'm so much better than I was when I was on them. They were making me crazy. I have fibromyalgia. It's excruciating. A good rheumatologist can assess you. A good one. Make sure to see, that's very important because the rheumatologist I went to was shit. She was just crap. Absolute crap. She was like, oh yeah, here's a prescription for the tremors. That was it. And I was like, I'm not taking this. I'm already on a script for the tremors. That's not why I came to you. I came to you because my joints are all swollen and I'm in pain. All right, here's a pain med. Like, can we focus on where it's coming from and can we stop it? I don't want to just treat the pain. I want to eradicate the pain. Why is that not on your agenda? Because it doesn't make you money. You don't get a kickback from it. Oh no, Miss, my son was on TPN and lipids his whole life. That had to have sucked, especially after knowing what food. Yep. He'll make me do a steroid treatment. Oh, steroids. The steroid treatments make me very angry. I am not a good recipient. I'm not a good patient when it comes to steroid medication treatments. Even like Marty was like, what is wrong with you? You're so mean. I was like, I don't know. I was just like, I had no control over my temper at all. It was so weird. But I was constantly thirsty. Constantly thirsty. Like I literally felt like I was going to die of like dehydration every 5 minutes. My scalp flared up after getting pregnant with my son. I figure it's the water of Florida after hearing what Winning has to say. No doctor has been able to tell me a thing. Your whole body changes after you're pregnant. I didn't have a thyroid condition until I got pregnant with Connor. And it took them 2 years to diagnose it. It's so weird. Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear that, Ed. I had to plug myself up to a pump nightly through my port. See, this is what I mean by resiliency. You all need to be so proud of yourselves that you deal with this shit on a daily basis, the things that you've gone through. That's how you overcome struggle. That's where you see your self-worth. That's what you should look at and say, damn, I lived through all this. They can't throw anything at me that's going to bring me down. Yeah, I'm proud of all of you for pushing yourself through these things. Because I know what that constant pain does to a person. And yet you all still are funny and giving and loving and sweet, and you have heart and you're genuine. That's amazing to me. It really is. That is amazing to me. They say, that's really interesting. I'm not sure. Let's focus on obesity, and then we can address that. Yeah, always, always. And you check out the book, Patient Heal Thyself by Jordan Rubin. There's an all-natural supplement, helps with inflammation. It's called FYI. It saved my hubs from having to retire early. Yep. Autoimmune protocol diet. It's where you eliminate foods that trigger inflammation. Yeah, there's that. So those two things in conjunction with one another should really help. Like I said, what is the freaking... Wait, let me look it up. I almost toppled my whole damn desk because I leaned on it the wrong way. I bought this. I searched for this, and it comes down to it's called a tick immune support, and it's a recovery method. It's got 12 herbs in it to manage fatigue that were associated with the tick bites and diseases associated with the tick bites, to manage joint and muscle discomfort, to clear out the brain fog, restore energy, and manage your reactions. So it's got, God damn it, it's got Japanese knotweed, cat's claws, Chinese skullcap. The main thing that the one doctor that I was watching all his different videos and articles and everything else, the main thing that he said I needed to take was Cryptolepis sanguinolenta. It's it's a stem leaf kind of whatever, but that's something that really reduces the inflammation, and it reduces the growth of bacteria and starts to reverse the damage from that bacteria. It eliminates a lot of the bacteria that's already, in your system for that particular, for Lyme disease, basically. So the Borrelia. But I researched it all over the place, and I'm like, please, dear God, if it can just alleviate some of the symptoms, that'd be great. I'm not looking for miracles. I'm not looking for a miracle pill. I know I still have to manage through diet and exercise and everything else and the other medications. But if I could take something that's going to reduce the growth of it, then that's what I'm going to do. I don't care if I have to take it 20 times a day. This is twice a day. You take 2 pills twice a day. I mean, that's nothing. If I can remember to do it, that's great. Otherwise, I'll just take them all at once. I don't give a crap. I know that tomatoes are probably one of them. How can I give up tomatoes? Yep. Stop buying them, she said. Stop eating them. See, but that's logic. We don't like to give up the things we enjoy. And that's what sucks. The older you get, the more shit you enjoy, you have to give up. Is it because it's not good for you, or is it because they've changed it and now it's not good for you? Like how much of our problems with food are because they've corrupted the food so egregiously, like that our bodies are permanently altered from what we've consumed without knowing it. That thought, that keeps me up at night, because I'm like, I'm literally just poisoning myself all the time. I have mast cell disease and had to do that as well. It's exhausting, Ellie. Yes, absolutely it is. Y'all are a bunch of warriors. I love you guys. I'm so far behind, but whatever. Let's see if I catch up. I'm going to skip some of the things. You're welcome in yet. Then a whole list of foods. Some weeks are better than others. Some weeks I feel like fuck it. That's why I got the inhalators to quit smoking. Because I did it with those rehab a few years ago, then smoked as soon as I got out. Rabbit, you can do it. I quit smoking 24 years ago. I chewed Trident gum for a long time. I did that too at one point. I had the plastic container full of like Trident white because I could chew on that for a really long time. Like it never lost its flavor. And then I just move on to another chiclet. Avoid places you smoke or people you smoke with. Avoid watching any kind of videos where people smoke. Don't watch movies where they're smoking because you're going to want it. So no mafia movies, nothing prior to like 2010. Like, because they're like, you sit there, you're like, God, that looks good. Been crocheting when my hands allow it. I did that too. That's why I have so many blankets. I can't do that now though. I can't hold my hands in that position for long. I can't. It hurts to like brush my hair. If I have to, like, if I hit a tangle, I'm like, fuck, I gotta like one hand, then I gotta switch to the other hand, then I gotta switch, because otherwise my hand cramps up and that pain is all day long. After I quit drinking, I went to wanting sweets and never liked sweets. No, because your body's like, give me something else addictive. Like I need to be addicted to something. My daughter taught herself how to crochet and is doing such a good job. She's making me a blanket. I told her to start smaller, but she will go big or go home like her dad. Listen, I knew how to crochet from when I was little, and then I forgot for like years. And I relearned on YouTube. I learned how to do more shit from YouTube videos. It's ridiculous. Okay, going to go get this paperwork done. All right, lovey. Mwah. You'll miss chat, but you'll be able to hear. Well, as long as you're entertained. I'm about to wrap up anyway. It's 2 PM. I got to eat something. I haven't eaten since yesterday. Take care. Hope your day is productive. Oh, they're clear latex free from Virginia? No, nice. Oh, from the VA, from the veterans. I get it. See, you say VA, I think Virginia. Clear latex free. They didn't give me those. They gave, like, mine had latex. God, the rash. The first time I put on, my whole arm swelled up. And I was just like, oh, you gotta fucking be kidding. Like, I need this shit on top of quitting smoking. And then after that, I was just fucking, I just slap it on my ass. If my ass swells up, ain't nobody gonna notice. Ain't nobody looking. I'm sitting. You can eat eggs 1 month after the date, but after that, roll the dice. Girl, we're talking 7 months they were expired. And she's trying to kill me. T-Rex, what's up? Expired. Yeah, I would have been I would have been dead. What? I would have been dead. DED dead. Like, I would have been dead. I forget what movie that was in. I just remember Dean Martin in Cannonball Run when he's like, "You're small, SMall," to Sammy Davis Jr. You're small, SMall. Head back over. I meant hot glue stick. Glue stick. Jeez. I know what you mean. But the you imagine somebody using a hot glue stick instead of just chewing on like a non-melted hot glue stick, which is what I know you meant, is hilarious. There are many, many people I wanted to hot glue their mouths and everything shut. In fact, if I could have hot glued their hair over their face and turned them into Cousin It, it would have been an improvement. Fresh eggs unwashed and wiped with mineral oil will last 6 months or more. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Mineral oil seals the pores in the egg so they stay fresh longer. Hot damn, I did not know that. Thank you, Rabbit. I didn't know about the mineral oil. We used to have chickens, so I knew about keeping them unwashed. Food grade mineral oil works like a natural coating. That's awesome. Yep, Shelly. Plus, I can only have soft pureed stuff, so I'm limited. System can't handle it. It's too stressful. I know, Mims. There's a type of steroid that they use during chemo that made me angry too. I made them change it. I mean, they used to just put me on a course of steroids and be like, here you go. Like, you're going to take, like 9 pills this day. And then in 2 days, we'll reduce you to 7. And then we'll reduce you another 2 days to 5. And then to 3. And then to 1. And you'll take that one for like a week. And it did matter. As soon as I took like the 3rd one of that one day, I'd be freaking like, I'd want to kill people. Mark's like, why are you taking so many steroids? Because like every time I stop, my lips swell back up. That's why they were calling me Angelina Joe Lips. There was something in my work environment that was triggering it. We couldn't figure out what it was. So it was just like, I just had to make sure to get the whole thing out of my system. And then after that, I used to take an allergy pill every morning before I went to work. It was terrible. I don't have to do that now, but I was literally, they called me Angelina Joe Lips because I would get an all over body rash and like I'd be flush everywhere, but my lips were just, it was, they were huge. And it was like, I don't have skinny lips to begin with. Like I have very pouty, I have pouty bow lips. Like they're very full. So to give me like the Angelina lip, no. At one point, I looked like Goldie Hawn in First Wives Club when she goes and gets like the filler and her friggin', she's like, I couldn't even talk. It was terrible. Terrible. That was the worst ever. Rabbit said, my kids and grandkids wipe their store-bought eggs. They wipe their store-bought eggs in the oil and have never had an egg go bad. I got to try that. See, now I got to write down mineral oil. Wait. Because I don't own any mineral oil, so I'm going to have to get some. And you said food grade mineral oil on eggs. That's awesome because I'm the only one who eats eggs in this house. So if I don't eat them, they just go bad. You poor thing. Holy crap. Yeah, no, the lips were bad. It was bad. Hilarious, but bad. Anyway, it is Amazon they have everything. I have to order MCT oil too, so I'll get that at the same time because I like to make my tinctures. I like to have my weed oil. It doesn't make me high, but it does take care of a lot of the joint pain. I like to cook with it, believe it or not. I like to make my steak in it because it doesn't taste like weed. But like I will like fry a steak up in it and stuff like that. So, and I'm running out of butter. So I got a lot of things I got to order. And have no money to do it. But I do have some gift cards coming to me because I have all the rewards programs for all these different things. So stupid. Like my children have no idea the lengths that I'll go to friggin' have money just to stretch the money. But it is what it is. We do what we have to, right? And you just hope that it turns around at some point. I just want to get out of here, guys. Not out of here. I mean, I want to get out of Jersey. I need to be out of this apartment because I'm going to die here if I don't get out. It's just leeching the life out of me. And I hate it. I need open, I need grass. I need air. I need sunshine. I need to see nature. I don't want people. I need to see nature because I don't know what it does to me. It soothes something in me. Just to be able to look at trees, look at grass, look at like little animals running around. It does something to calm this like raging paranoid fear that's always in me. And I miss it. I miss it. I feel like I'm in jail. And I'm serving a sentence for a crime I didn't commit. And it sucks. But I have you. And I get to escape it with you guys. And you make me laugh. And we share all our maladies. Good God. But you know what? People listen to this and they're like, oh my God, these women like go through it. Good God. And yet they always show up. And you do. All of you, and I'll put myself in that running, we show up for other people. It's funny because we have horrible issues always pressing down on us. And yet we're each of the type to be supportive to other people. Usually before we're even supportive of ourselves. But we're always there. That's why when people say, oh, I'm too busy for this, or oh, I can't, oh, it's too much, and fuck you. We all do it. Man up. Let's go. But y'all amaze me, and I'm grateful to have you in my life. I really am. T-Rex. I used to cook scrambled eggs in can of butter and put it on toast. The ultimate wake and bake, I used to call it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I just used to put a can of butter on my toast. They probably think we're whining. Nope, just life. Not easy sometimes. I don't care if anybody thinks we're whining. If they don't like it, they don't have to stay. My sub count is plummeting like a motherfucker. I can keep going. I don't care. I really don't. I'm going to say what I want to say, and I'm going to talk to who I want to talk to. And that's that. I don't want to live my life for somebody else's, amusement. I'm not going to live to their specifications. I got to live my life the way it makes me happy. And the way I feel best, that I'm giving my best to other people. Because that's important to me. So yeah, maybe they think we come here and we don't stay on topic and it's not super professional or whatever. I don't care. You need a place to go where you can just be you and let people be themselves. And I'm very proud to know all of you. The older you get, the more your parts wear out. Yep. And unfortunately, we don't have an O'Reilly's that carries them. There's no store. I always thought that there was like a part store for people. I mean, I feel like there should be. Like, oh, I need a new leg. Can I just get a new leg? Just screw it right back on. Like, whatever. Mimsy, I always feel guilty. For what? For talking about like what you're going through? That's the whole purpose of my channel. You might not have like a psychological trauma that I'm talking about, but you have physical traumas that lead to psychological traumas. And this is the place to talk about them. This is the place to get them out, to get the support you need. So many people out there can't seem to make it through the day. I get that. I get that. If I can help you laugh even once, I feel like, like I just climbed Mount Everest. Honestly. T-Rex, I never think of y'all. I never think any of y'all are whining. My mother has chronic pain from a 42-degree curvature in her back. She's on 120 milligrams of time-release Vicodin every day. So while I've not lived chronic pain, I get it. Yeah, you haven't experienced it yourself, but you've gotten to witness it. And that does say a lot. Now, if you only knew, I don't ever want you to know what the pain that we all feels like. Ever. That's one of the reasons we talk about it, because we are the cautionary tales. We're telling you this shit can happen to anybody. We didn't do anything specific to get this. You know, there was not one thing that led to this. Things happen, but you don't have to like crawl into, you know, a hole and die from it. Like, you're still worth so much more than you think you are. You know, you're going to feel the pain. There's nothing we all can do about that. All we can do is, you know, have like that camaraderie, have friendship, have laughter, you know, turn it around and be like, oh my God, do you know that I tripped over whatever and I pulled this out and this happened and da da da. You turn your weaknesses into, you know, comedic bits, because you can laugh at them and you're like, okay, but I'm still here. I'm still here. No matter what the world or my own body does to me, I'm still here. And I can still laugh, and I can still love, and I can still feel all the emotions under the sun. Sometimes all at once. But, you know, I'm still a person. I'm still worth something. Yeah, and I might have a hard time telling myself that from time to time. But I do know that I'm worth something. My opinion of what I'm worth and other people's opinions tend to differ. But we all are. We're all worth more than we give ourselves credit for. You know, we've been through a lot. Rabbit said this is a safe place to share and care. Yes, it absolutely is. I haven't been modding much because life is a shit show currently. Girl, I don't care about the modding. I just want to know that you're okay. That's why I like asked. I said, anybody heard from Rabbit? I'm worried. But I don't care if you mod or not. You never have to mod again. You have modded everything in the world. You are the mod goat. But I just want to know that you're okay. That's all I want. You got nothing else you have to do except just sit there and be a cute little wabbit. You little wasky wabbit, you. That's what my mother says too. She doesn't want me to ever truly understand the amount of pain she's in every day. Never. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. That's a woman's specialty, to feel all the emotions at once. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, God. Anyway, having said that, thank you all for showing up today and doing the whole overthinking thing with me. I still don't know why I overthink. I don't know how I'm going to get out of that. I don't know how to stop the trigger from sending me into a downward spiral where I just shut down and retreat, and I don't want to come back out of my hidey hole because my feelings are hurt or because I feel like less. So I don't know what to do with that. I know how to help other people. Like I said, I gave you a bunch of strategies that worked with different people, a couple that worked with Spanky, you know, making that thought into something concrete, write it down on something that's destructible and then destroy the fuck out of it. Like, that's one way to tackle it, especially if it's a helpless kind of a thought, one that you can't physically affect. It just is. Then yeah, make it into something that you could take your aggression out on. It's kind of like when you wanted to beat somebody up and you couldn't because either they weren't around or they were bigger than you or whatever, or you go to jail and you'd like print out their picture and put it on something that you could beat up or that you could like shoot arrows into or whatever. Because what you're doing is you're releasing that hostility onto that person without actually releasing the hostility in a, in a corporeal way that it's going to send your ass to jail. Yeah. So it's in a safe way. So we talked about all that. So I feel good about our talk. We went all over the place. I mean, there's squirrels galore today. But it is what it is. I squirrel all the time. Anyway, Mimsy said we love and care about you at Rabbit, not the modding. Absolutely. Rabbit has done all the modding already and truly love you. Listen, you trained all of us up. So I only know how to mod for winning because you taught me. Like, that's the only reason I know. I followed all your examples. You are definitely like the epitome of role model leadership. Like, it's like, I want to do it like Rabbit. So, I mean, I did it like Rabbit. And that's the way I do things. Like, when it comes to modding. Otherwise, I didn't have a clue. I would just allow. That's all I did. To me, that was modding. Nope. You made me up my game, girl. And believe me, winning is ever thankful for it. Trust me. T-Rex, I have a new mantra to help me not overthink. It's pretty simple. Get mad, stay mad. Fuck it. No, trust me, that don't work. I did that for over a decade and it don't work. Rabbit, if I disappear, it's because it's starting into farm time. Just do us a favor and just make sure you stop into somebody's chat somewhere and at some point and say you're okay. Because we all talk about you. Like, anybody talk to Rabbit? Who talked to her? You saw Rabbit? What'd she say? Oh, she's okay? Okay. That's it. Word of mouth is fine. Mimsy, I've been modding for years, just not in the LawTube arena. Girl, I mean, you are very good. You are very good. I mean, between, like, I feel like Rabbit almost like passed the torch to you. But no, I need all my girls. All my girls. Having said that, one more upbeat kind of thing. I hope you're ready. Get your dancing shoes on, cuz here comes T-Rex. In case you haven't noticed, I love to be silly. That clip makes me happy because I will literally sit here like, like doing my little dance in my chair. Just being silly and stupid because you have to be. You know, I can laugh at myself, but that's a fun clip. That's one of my favorites. So anyway, I love you all for being here. Thank you so much for listening to me whine all morning long. So keep your head up. Shelly, since I'm a mod, which tip thing is best for you? Which tip thing? What do you mean, which tip thing? I don't know. Like, I have them, but I never push any of that stuff. It's there, but that's about it. I don't have a preference because I don't really push any of that stuff. I don't see the point. I always feel bad. Which gives you the most money and easiest? Probably the PayPal. Because they do it like instantly. And I think they only take like, I don't know, I got a $20 one the other day. Once again, thank you to Leslie for the $20 to PayPal. And it only took out, I think it took out like 80 cents out of $20, which is nothing. Otherwise, the buy me a coffee is good too. The ones that go directly, Ellie, yeah. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I very, like I said, I'm not big on the donations or whatever. I don't expect that from anybody, especially today. Like in today's economy. It's rough out there. Even I had to cut back. If you noticed, I'm down to like friggin' $10 and $5 super chats and then $1 super chats. It's like, oh, look at Rumble. I could do $1. Yeah. It's like, it's terrible. But Yeah, I've been trying to like buy more coffees for people and stuff like that because they don't take out as much and they can get it right away. You know, like YouTube, they make you wait until like the 20th of the month and then you have to have a certain amount and they take a third of it. And it's like, oh, geez. But I don't know. I'm not good with the whole thing. I'm used to giving money, not getting it. That's just me. But anyway, it is 2:25 p.m. on the East Coast. And we've been going for almost 5 hours. So I need to eat and I really, really need to go to the bathroom. So that's the more pressing matter. I don't give a crap about the food, but I gotta pee. Yeah, because that's me. You all needed to know that. So anyway, thanks for coming by. I love y'all. Y'all inspire me every day. You made me do this show this morning because I really was not going to do it. And I just want you to know that I appreciate each and every one of you. I really do. Y'all mean a lot to me. I love you. So this is T3 signing out. I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fist and ride, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off, make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side lights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a